Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, we can proceed.
This meeting is called to order. Roll call. Councilman Nathaniel Anderson,
Present.
Councilwoman Rebecca Perone,
Present.
Councilwoman Dr. Tiffany Worthy,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Samantha Whitfield,
Present.
and Mayor Kia McIntosh.
Present. Proceed.
We will now have our prayer by Associate Minister Reverend Cook from Alpha Baptist Church. Thank you, sir, for joining us.
Thank you. Let us pray together. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Dear Lord, we come before you today to give thanks, to continue forward in the work of Willenboro Township. And Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to pray for the residents and our leaders. So we pray for those that are in leadership position, asking that they be endowed with wisdom, strength, and justice to administer their duties in a manner that is just and acceptable in shaping the township policies. We pray and thank you for Mayor McIntosh's leadership, her administration, and all the municipal workers that they remain healthy and virus-free. Lord, strengthen our leaders in their position and places of honor. We pray that by your grace, they would uplift this body with that are burdened. That the council members support one another and work together and getting the job done. We pray, Lord, for safety of Willenboro Township and for our families, our seniors, our children, and help our teachers to teach in a manner that would help those students, Father, to make learning easy. Keep our neighborhoods free from crime and violence, and put a muzzle on every gun and cause every drug transaction to fail. Blessed is the government who God is the Lord, whether state or local level. Your blessing on these men and women who are exercising their legislative power. Guide them in overseeing budgets, ordinances, Lord, and protecting this community and making it healthy, Father, as well as our taxes. A mighty work for a mighty people. Give them the strength to persevere. Guard their conscience, Lord, and give them wisdom, insight, and integrity in the decision that they have to reach. We pray for all that live peacefully in this community and bless the agenda that they have set before them. We ask all of these and other things in the name of Jesus our Lord. Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. We will now have our flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In compliance with the Open Public Meeting Act, this is to announce that adequate notice of this meeting was provided in the following manner. Advance written notice of this meeting was posted on the bulletin board in the municipal complex and was mailed to the Burlington County Times, the Intelligencer, and the Courier Times. Advance written note of this meeting was filed with the township clerk. The clerk is directed to enter into the minutes of this meeting this public announcement. Mayor.
Thank you. Well, good evening, everyone. Good evening, council. Good evening, Mr. Crook, Mr. Harris, and Ms. Blijen. And good evening to the residents and everyone joining us tonight. We'll start off, as many know, March is Women's History Women's History Month, and we'll have Deputy Mayor read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. In honor of Women's History Month, I'll read the following proclamation. And before I start, I just want to say a happy Women's History Month to all the women that I serve alongside with on this council. Dr. Worthy, Mayor McIntosh, Councilwoman Perrone, and Mrs. Blygen. Whereas March is Women's History Month, is a time to celebrate passionate, bold, determined, inspiring, and phenomenal women in American history and contemporary society. And whereas in 1981, Women's History Month became a celebration, Congress passed Public Law 9728, which petitioned for the president to make the week of March 7th, 1982, Women's History Week. Congress passed the resolution for 5 years, assigning 1 week in March as Women's History Week. Whereas in 1987, Congress passed Public Law 100-9, and March was designated as Women's History Month. Congress passed additional resolutions between 1988 and 1994 for the president to publicize March annually as Women's History Month. Since 1995, annual proclamations have been made by presidents celebrating and assigning March as Women's History Month. Whereas throughout history, women have driven humanity forward on the path to a more equal and just society, contributing in limitless ways to our character and progress as a people. And whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation and have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of the life of the nation by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. And whereas American women secured their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity while serving as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement, which includes but not limited to the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and the peace movement, which create more fair and just society for all. And whereas, despite these contributions, at times, the role of American women in history have consistently been overlooked and undervalued in literature, teaching, and study of American history. And during Women's History Month, we honor the countless women who sacrifice and strive to ensure all people have an equal opportunity to pursue the American dream. Now, therefore, I, Kaya T. McIntosh, Mayor of the Township of Willingboro, do hereby, along with the Township Council, proclaim March as Women's History Month in 2023.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor Whitfield. And in keeping up with this month as Women History, I just want to make sure everyone knows that the Willingboro Recreation and Parks Department, they're still hosting their 11th annual Phenomenal Women Awards, and they're still accepting nominations now through March 10th. So I know we all know some phenomenal women in our life. Please check out or apply, nominate a wonderful woman in your life. Okay, Mr. Harris, we will go into the municipal update.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and members of the Willingboro community. As Mayor McIntosh just highlighted, March is Women's History Month, and as she noted, the nominations are being accepted for the 11th Annual Phenomenal Women's Award. We are also accepting applications for seasonal summer help. So if anyone is interested in working with recreation over the summer months, their applications are available at the Recreation Department and on the Recreation website. and basketball championship games will be held on Saturday, March the 11th at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and noon, with the awards ceremony being held on Saturday, March 18th at 8 o'clock a.m. So for more information and to participate in those events, you can go to the Recreation Department or their website for additional information. Our Communications Department has been working diligently to prepare the launch of the Willingboro Connect app, which is going to be on Wednesday, March the 8th. The app is an opportunity for residents to report concerns, track progress, and communicate various concerns with the township for a more efficient manner. I do have with us Mr. Lowry. Mr. Sean, if you would please bring him in, who is going to just give the council a quick update and the community a quick update on the Willingboro Connect app. Mr. Lowry.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, and members of the public. Like Mr. Harris said, Willingboro Connect will be available tomorrow. It's actually available now. Everybody can go and download it right now and pretty much start using it because we're going to go live tomorrow morning. So if you download it now in your App Store, your Google Play, you'll see the Willingboro Connect application. Again, like I said a few weeks ago, you can go on there, start requests, whether it be submitting requests for any potholes, any Citizens Fire Academy applications. If there's noise in your area, obviously we want you to report that to the police using 911, but you could also do that as well. There's many features that you can do that you can use in the app. If you're also reporting other issues, you can do it in the app. You can also do it online on the website. We changed one of the buttons on the web page, the front page. It said report a concern, but now it says start request, just so that lines up with what you see on the app. So again, that's going to be available. It's available now. We're going live tomorrow with that.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. And while I have Mr. Lowry on board, there have been a lot of questions from the community regarding the trees in Willingboro and what's going on with the trees. And Mr. Lowry has been working in close ties with DPW, who's been developing the community forestry plan. And I would just like for him to take a few moments to maybe share some highlights from that.
Yep. So the 2023-2027 Community Forestry Management Plan is in its final draft stages. The plan is used to proactively expand, protect, and maintain street trees, landscaping, and natural woodland areas within our community, and to develop and manage an integrated open spaces and recreation system to promote the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens. Our DPW director has updated the plan and is working with the forester to produce a final product. Once the forester reviews that plan and returns it, the plan will be provided to the greening team and the environmental committee. We're expecting that will take place by the end of this month. Last year, we identified a list of 137 trees in the town, and through a partnership with PSC&G, we removed 101 trees that were deemed hazardous. This year, we have over a little over 70 trees identified for removal due to their hazardous nature. DPW has a licensed tree expert on retainer. When trees are identified, whether that be through DPW's findings, PSC&G, or when residents call them in, they're assessed by the LTE and ranked on a scale based on the hazard to the community. Over this year, DPW will address priority 1s and 2s. So those are the top trees, 1s being the highest, 2s being just below. Those will be considered top of the list hazards and risks to the community. So we're looking to move forward with those this year.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. Thank you for your updates and your sharing the information. So many of you have already probably received your 2023 calendars, which have been delivered to your homes. Unfortunately, due to a printer error, the month of July contained an error. However, if residents are interested in receiving the updated July calendar, they may send an email to communications services@willingboronj.gov, and we will get you out an updated calendar. So that's an email to communications services, one word, @willingboronj.gov. And again, residents are always encouraged to sign up for the Willingboro e-newsletter, the Willingboro Weekly, which is distributed every Wednesday. On February 21st at 10 o'clock a.m. to noon, the fire department attended a job fair at the Garfield Park Academy for children ages 13 to 16 years old. The job fair was to get teenagers thinking about their future, and there were approximately 50 teenagers that were in attendance. So existing upcoming events for the Fire and EMS Department include the Citizens Fire Academy, which begins on Monday, March the 20th, and the Youth Fire Academy, which begins on April the 17th. And again, additional information on both of those programs are on our website and on the Fire and EMS website. If you're interested, please go and sign up. Our inspections department has been very busy. They continue to work with this office on the litter initiative for both private and commercial properties to help keep Willingboro clean. For the month of February, this department completed over 899 inspections. They issued 422 violations and 20 summonses were issued. They were able to close out 445 compliance issues from previous months. So we are diligently continuing to go out and inspect properties and enforce compliance with Willingboro's property maintenance standards and ordinances. In conjunction with that, our police department has been working very closely and diligently, partnered with inspections department. During the month of February, our officers addressed over 100 vehicle ordinance violations throughout our community. There were 57 summonses issued and 23 impounds. This will continue to be an ongoing endeavor for this department in conjunction with the inspections. Just on Monday, we impounded 2 additional vehicles from the front lawn at 16 Belmont Lane, which has been a continual nuisance in that community. Last Friday, the animal control was at that location and removed 20 dogs from the same location that was covered in animal waste and trash while housing an elderly woman under nursing care. So that property was notified through our Department of Health, and it was addressed. And our inspections department is continuing to deal with that particular property, potentially claiming it uninhabitable for occupancy. So we are continuing to diligently go out and address issues throughout the community, and we request that as you see things, please feel free to communicate to this office any issues that you may wish to report, or use the new app as well. Our street crimes unit served several narcotics warrants during the month of February and recovered several guns and allowed large amounts of drugs and cash. And just for information, our entire police department has been recertified and CPR. And just as a reminder to the residents that the applications for the Citizens Police Academy are available and are due by March the 17th. So that will be, they will be held on Saturdays in April from 9 a.m. to noon at the Willingboro Police Department. And it's open to all who live or work in Willingboro, age 21 and older. Our DPW department has been diligently working on pothole repairs throughout the township. There was a total of 196 potholes that were repaired during the month of February as we continue to move through the township and deal with this particular issue. Our team is also working alongside the recreation department to ensure that our fields are ready for the opening of the baseball season. Senior Services and Community Affairs, there were additional COVID vaccines and flu shot clinics that were held in February, and the dates for the March clinics will be coming out soon. And it's just a brief aside, the Finance Department and I have been diligently working to prepare a fiscally responsible budget to present to the governing body for their review and approval, which I anticipate to be ready for the March 21st meeting. There are 3 particular elements that we have been working on for consideration in this budget. One of them is a vehicle management program that we have been working on for several months. It was last maybe October or November where the police department made a requisition to purchase 3 vehicles at a very considerable cost. And I encourage them to look at this potential program as an alternative solution. We have been doing our due diligence since then with the program coordinator, which is Enterprise Fleet Management. Our CFO and Finance Department have been evaluating numbers, as well as our police and DPW and vehicle maintenance. I have with us this evening Matthew Hartwell, Mr. O'Brien, if you can find him in the Zoom, who would like to come in and do a brief presentation to the governing body, just to outline very concisely how this program could be a benefit to Willingboro. Mr. Hartwell, you are on mute, sir. There you go.
Here I am. Good evening,
Welcome.
Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, and Mr. Harris. My name is Matt Hartwell. I'm the Director for Enterprise Fleet Management here in Philadelphia, which oversees the state of Delaware, South Jersey, and Southeastern PA. We have been in discussions with the township for 5 months now regarding the fleet and the condition of the fleet, and exploring a potential partnership to see if our programs and services would benefit the township. I wanted to take a few minutes to just walk through some of the synopsis that I believe was sent out. I don't know if everyone's had a chance to review it or not, but high level, Enterprise Fleet Management has been in business for more than 60 years. We are affiliated with the Enterprise Rent-A-Car that most people are aware of. We are currently managing close to 680,000 vehicles across the country. And what we do is work with public and private companies to share some of the best practices that we've learned running our fleet of close to 2 million vehicles, and helping them identify the right time to replace their vehicles. And we do that by focusing on core operating expenses such as maintenance and fuel. I wanted to walk through a couple recaps of and maybe if you don't mind, could I share my screen, or I don't know who has this screen share up right now, but okay. I've got mine ready to go here, so bear with me 1 second. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, it is visible.
This is the fleet synopsis.
Willingboro Township, yes.
Great. So today, currently, some of the things that we uncovered in our discussions is that your fleet, 42% of your light and medium duty fleet is over 10 years old. 60% of that is 6 years or older. And the current average age is 9 years, with an anticipated cycling, meaning replacement schedule of approximately 12 years. Through our discussions, what we've uncovered is our goal would be to focus and shorten that life cycle that you're currently using today from 11 to 12 years, closer to 4 to 5. That's going to open up a significant amount of savings. We projected over the course of the next 10 years, close to $1.5 million in total savings. It also, more importantly, is going to be focused on safety. 27 of your vehicles right now do not have the electronic stability control, which was standard in 2012. And 72 vehicles predate some of the standard things we may take for granted today, such as a backup camera, lane assist, and the safety aspects that are expected when you're purchasing new vehicles today. We were awarded years ago an RFP for fleet management services through Sourcewell. And we've been working with a number of different townships, municipalities and counties, specifically in Southern New Jersey, where we've been able to put their fleet in a better position, reduce their maintenance expense, reduce their fuel expenditure, and bring the average age of their fleet considerably down, closer to that 4 to 5 year range. As it stands today, high level, your fleet today, you have 85 vehicles in fleet. We've identified 5 of those are underutilized, meaning driving less than 1,000 miles a year. The average age is roughly 9 to 10 years, which would imply you have 20-year-old vehicles in your fleet, and the average annual mileage is 7,000 to 8,000 miles per year. We broke out your fleet profile and identified what segments. These blue are going to be considered your emergency response vehicles, police. And what we did is we identified a plan to put in place, not fixed plan, but a starting point over the next 5 years to eventually flip over your existing fleet today by taking advantage of the equity that the township has and using that to fund future purchases for the vehicles, thus bringing down your overall expenses from acquisition to maintenance to fuel. But more importantly, really trying to maximize on the resale process and taking advantage of the equity that these vehicles will have at the end of the life. When we looked at some of the numbers today, your budget on annual right now, the township, in order to keep that cycle that you're using today, would require about 7.5 purchases every year, which would be roughly $400,000. In addition, your maintenance spend estimated right now was $182,000 with $193,000 in fuel, bringing your total fleet budget close to $800,000. So what we try to do is look at that budget and see how can we make the most using the same amount of money or less, but bring the fleet and reduce the cost of those, or I guess replace more vehicles with the same amount of money. And what our customers take advantage of is the open-ended equity lease, which allows for flexibility, and it's not similar to the leases that a lot of us would know from dealerships. It is a partial finance, if you will, and it allows our customers to maintain an equity position in their fleet. These are your vehicles. They are not rented vehicles. They are registered to you. So all ownership equity stake remains with our customers. We're simply managing that process from the acquisition through the resale, with you continuing to maintain the vehicles and fill them up with gas with your on-site facility today. But as this chart will show, it slowly will shift from a purchasing mindset of buying vehicles to where you would start to lease vehicles in the first year. The projections would state that you would get 15 vehicles. That would lead into 30 vehicles, into 45, and slowly but surely, as you get out closer to 5 years from now, all of your vehicles would be on lease with Enterprise. You'll see your lease payments increase, but you will also see your maintenance payments decrease from $182,000 and almost flatline at $65,000 a year. And the same thing will happen with fuel. Today, currently $193,000 estimated, down to $150,000. So our goal in the first 5 years, there's a significant amount of savings. And then it's a matter of using your equity to offset those purchases. But at that same time, you guys have a new fleet that is being refreshed every 4 to 5 years to make sure that the safety and reliability of these vehicles is always in check and that we're not reacting to a vehicle when it breaks down. I will pause there if there's any questions.
How does it work if, thank you, Mr. Hartwell, for your presentation. I'm wondering how it works if any of the vehicles are damaged or any of that sort.
It would work the same as today. Most of our customers will carry their own insurance. And if something happens today, you would get the vehicle fixed. There's no penalties for that. If our customers bring it back and it's severely damaged, that's simply going to impact the resale value of the vehicle. So if you brought back two vehicles at the end of 4 years and one is in great condition, then it might be worth $15,000. If you brought back one and has dents, dings, and there's damage to the bumper and headlights, it might not be worth 15, it might be worth $10,000. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Our programs are designed to be flexible. I wanted to pull up a number of, as I see a typo here, I wanted to pull up a number of our customers that we're working with in your proximity. And we have been helpful in reducing the age and the expense with all of these different entities. So they used to be in the same position that you're in today, where they would buy something and you would have the advantage of having a state contract pricing or discounts. And they felt like I got the vehicle so cheap that no one could beat what I'm doing today, but they would stretch that asset. And what we found is that's actually not the right way to do it. When you have a front end discount and you're benefiting from discounts that no one else gets, if you hold an asset for 10 to 15 years, you're actually not using that to your advantage. So what we've shown our customers is by taking advantage of that front end pricing that you get, sometimes our customers in 2 or 3 years can sell vehicles for $1,000, $2,000 less than what they paid for them. They might be perfectly good vehicles that they're turning over, but if it didn't cost them anything to run it, or a couple $1,000s a year versus running something 12 or 13 years, it's the same concepts that Enterprise Rent-A-Car utilizes when they manage their rental fleet and eventually turn that over every 12 to 18 months.
Mr. Harwell, I'm the township attorney. Just like a clarification, I thought I heard you say that ownership and equity is in the township, but yet we're talking about leases. Maybe I misheard you, or maybe you can explain this?
Yeah, Enterprise Fleet Management is the lien holder, and we will hold title, but the equity aspect of the vehicles is these are your vehicles. You are the registered owner. The township is the registered owner. So our obligation at the end, for example, Evan, if you buy a vehicle for $40,000 and let's say you've paid it off over 4 years and we determine that you should get rid of the vehicle, then if the vehicle sells for $20,000, we return those proceeds back to you.
So it's kind of a hybrid then, is what you're talking about. There's equity the township earns by virtue of the purchase and whatever the value of the vehicle is, but it's still the underlying transaction is a lease where you're the lien holder.
Yeah, we're the lien holder title. We're on the title, but these are registered to all of our customers where they have that ownership aspect of it, because we want to make sure that if you're effectively rotating your vehicles in and out, you should have equity in it. That's, we're not promoting a rental program or a net lease, closed-end lease. The open-end lease is flexible. A good example of that flexibility is the past 3 years, which we're kind of getting out of now. But over the last 2 years, we all saw the resale market really get out of hand. But my customers that purchased vehicles in 2018 or 2019 or 2020, they bought them at a very low price. And a lot of them sold those vehicles a year, 2 or 3 years later for more than what they actually paid for them. So we advised them, while we thought we would hold it 5 years, if you could make money after 2, take advantage of it. As long as we knew there was a replacement, we could get the production coming in. So looking forward, there's a lot of headwinds coming at the automotive industry. We've heard about the chip shortages and the constraints. Our value to our customers is nobody buys more vehicles than Enterprise. And we want to work with them to keep them abreast of what is taking place, planning effectively through the budgetary process, working with you during that piece. So we are early to the gates to order the vehicles, because, a lot of inventory that we used to take advantage of and see there on every dealership's lot, it's not there today. And there's a strong demand for a lot of these vehicles that frankly you need, from trucks to vans to emergency response vehicles.
Okay, thank you. I think you explained it well. Thank you.
Did anyone else have any other questions for Mr. Hartwell? Matt, I thank you for taking a bit of time to join us this evening and kind of explain in detail to the governing body, what we have been discussing over the past 5 months. We're not asking the council to make any types of decision this evening, but we wanted you the opportunity to see the program, to hear the numbers, to ask any questions. We will have, of course, our attorney look over any contractual agreements. And if you feel that this is a program that would be beneficial to us, then we would ask for you to authorize us to execute an agreement with Enterprise. So again, Mr. Hartwell, I thank you, and you have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hartwell. Mr. Harris, when would you need a decision from council by?
So we are going through the budgetary process, Mayor. We're going to get into some of those figures. After conversing with Ms. Eusebia, and from a financial aspect, even in 2023, because of the amount of time that it would take them to deliver vehicles and things, we could essentially begin this program this year with no additional revenues that have already been provided for in our 2023 budget on that budget line item. So of course, we really can't initiate into any of these contractual agreements until the budget has been approved. But we would like to have that in your wheelhouse when we participate in some of these discussions, that you've been able to really vet out the information and the material. We can do any research. Our CFO and her department has gone and checked the references with a few that Mr. Hartwell has provided, and some that we knew from different municipalities all over the state of New Jersey. And they've gotten some pretty solid reviews as far as the program is concerned. So again, I just wanted you to be able to have the information in front of you, have it in hard copy so you can see the numbers, review the numbers, and perform any follow-up due diligence that you deem appropriate. And then once again, when you feel that this is appropriate for us to move forward, then we'll ask for your consensus.
Okay, thank you. Does any other council member have anything concerning the fleet's synopsis? Okay, thank you, Mr. Harris. You can continue. Thank you.
Thank you. So Sean, if you would be kind enough now to bring up for us Mr. Brian McGarr, and I believe Pam Janney is with him, or they may be collectively in one group from Schneider Electric. As you remember, Schneider Electric has been working on the ESIP for the township of Willingboro. They made some final adjustments a few months ago, and I just wanted them to come back once again to refresh the governing body on the numbers and the potential savings for the township. As again, we're going to ask for your consensus in moving forward with this particular program. We did go ahead and issue requests for quotes to do the third-party assessment for the numbers presented. We did get a response in the $6,500 range to do that third-party assessment, which would be a requirement as part of the program. But I will again allow Mr. McGarr to kind of refresh, and again, the ability to answer any questions that the governing body may have for him this evening. Mr. McGarr.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Harris. What is Pam Janney up as well? I don't see her. Pam, are you there? Pam's presenting with me tonight. Now I see her. Okay, thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Harris. And
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor McIntosh, Deputy Mayor Whitfield, members of council, Township Clerk Bligin. Pleasure to see you this evening. Good to see you again. Wish it was in person, right? But Pam and I are excited tonight to really review your ESIP program Okay, and this is a very, very beneficial program to you, council, and most importantly to the members of the Willingboro community. What we have to present tonight is an ESIP project that not only addresses significant needs, okay, throughout multiple facilities within the township of Willingboro, but it does so in a most cost-effective and energy-efficient manner. Pam and I will present this evening a detailed but succinct. We don't plan on a long presentation, certainly take on questions that you may have, okay, but detailed but succinct program, okay, in which we believe it hits a lot of pain points that the township has. And I think, you know, just in discussions with Mr. Harris, not going to put words in his mouth, and his staff, I think, you know, he agrees it hits many of those pain points as well. So if I could bring up, can I bring up slides, or does the operator have the PowerPoint, Mr. Harris?
He does have the PowerPoints, but Sean, if he has the ability to share his screen, I think that would be preferable for him.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
Okay, I can share here.
Yeah.
Apologize, where share screen. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, and we want to do the slideshow. Okay, there is. Okay, there we go. Okay, everyone can see my screen, I assume? Yes. What we're proposing here, we're just going to give you a brief overview of the financials, which are great, okay, are great, and we'll explain why. Then we have a couple of slides later where we'll give you details of these financials, but this is just a quick overview. This project comes in, your project comes in at just under $7 million, okay, 6924038. But before you say, oh my goodness, okay, how does that work? I'll be the first one, and Pam and I will be the first ones to tell you, you're not going to pay just under $7 million, okay? That's the beauty of this program, okay? The ESIP savings will cover about $1.5 million, 1.45 million. ESIP savings, okay, over that 15-year period. We'll give you a detailed cash flow of that in a couple of slides later. In addition, there is what we call a direct install program, which is a New Jersey Clean Energies program run through the utilities. Your utility is PSE&G. And we've set this direct install program up, which will take care of $3.07 million worth of upgrades and projects, okay? But you're not going to pay $3.07 million, okay? You're going to pay, you're only going to pay, or I should say, New Jersey Clean Energies program is going to pay 77% of that, okay? You're out of the 3.07, New Jersey Clean Energies will be paying just almost $2.4 million of that. And again, you'll see those details coming up. Nice. All right. Township, we say township and other contribution. Your contribution, then we're talking maybe rebates, grants that we could possibly secure. We've already looked at conservatively some rebate numbers that you would be eligible for. So that would be your contribution. Okay. So in essence, to put it very simply, out of a just under $7 million capital improvement energy efficiency program, you would be responsible for 35% of it. Okay, 35% of that cost, which is phenomenal. But as we go further, it gets a little better. Okay, I'm going to ask Pam to highlight what is the scope of that project that you're going to get. I'm going to ask Pam to give those details in the next couple of slides. Pam.
All right, thank you, Brian. Yeah, so this list kind of breaks out the scope by major component. We are showing things that impact indoor environment, your building automation or control systems and infrastructure, and some other items. The big ticket items that are included in this project are the new boilers for the Kennedy Center. That's included in the direct install program. The cost you see on line item 19.1 is associated with the building automation controls. So we're going to integrate control of the boilers with the existing building automation system that you have in that building. So we're going to expand it, make it a more robust system. You'll have the ability to remotely control the boilers, and they'll have energy efficient sequences put in. The other big item that's included is a complete replacement of the library heating and cooling plant. That equipment is 20 years old, has been a maintenance problem for many years now. And this project would include a new heating plant, a new cooling plant, all in the basement, and then the new cooling tower on the roof. The equipment that you have on the roof right now is in poor condition and at the end of its useful life. Some other key items included are rooftop unit replacements at the Kennedy Center. So there was a project some years back to do interior renovations, and some of those rooftop units were replaced, but you have about a dozen of them that are still the older style. They operate on R22 refrigerant, which has the production of which is no longer done in the US due to environmental issues. And so replacing that refrigerant is really expensive. And that equipment is over 20 years old as well. And so at the end of its useful life. We've also got about a dozen of the rooftop units for the municipal complex, the older units, which they're about 15 or 16 years old. So nearing or at the end of useful life. All of that capital cost is included in the direct install program. The other key items here are measures that drive energy savings. So LED lighting upgrades inside the buildings, that is a direct install program that drives the most energy savings, as you can see, about $29,000 a year. But then we have other items included in the ESIP program, including building envelope, weatherization, and then other building automation system upgrades to improve scheduling of the equipment, and do some better controls for energy, but also comfort. And so the total hard cost for all of these measures is just over $3 million. And if we go to the next slide, the ESIP pricing form, this is a total project cost, including all of the investment grade audit, which we have completed, the design engineering, which is mostly complete, and then our construction management, project management, OH&P. So for a total ESIP program of $3.85 million. And if you go to the next slide, Brian, that shows our cash flow. It's maybe a little hard to read at the moment, but you can see the total project amount of $6.9 million that Brian alluded to earlier. 3 million of that, 3.07 million of that is through the direct install program, of which the incentives and the rebates, the New Jersey Clean Energy Program covers, as Brian said, about 77%. So that remainder, 700,000 and some change, is paid back by the township through on-bill financing on your utility bills. But as you can see in the cash flow, the savings will cover that cost. So the only out-of-pocket that you have really is a 2.4 million capital contribution, which I think, as Brian alluded to earlier, is about 35% of the total project value. Brian, anything to add?
Yeah, the little bit better that I said was going to get, as Pam just aptly put it, that's 718,000 over 5 years on bill financing, 0% interest, zero. Okay, but that is covered in the ESIP savings. So in essence, okay, that is a cost you're not incurring. Okay, it's covered in the savings. This is an awesome program for you for the township residents that to get, again, I'll just round it off, to get almost $7 million worth of the upgrades that Pam described, which hits many of your pain points, for, a 35% cost to you and everything else being covered through other financial mechanisms is a phenomenal program where we are excited to present this to you. And actually, we're even more excited to be able to hopefully implement this project on your behalf. And there's just one more item I do want to highlight for you. When Pam did review, and I'm going to scroll back real quick, she did review the construction management project administration. Okay. Please remember, we take that pain away from you. Okay. We handle the project management on your behalf. We put out bids on your behalf. We, hold the contracts on your behalf. Okay. We are taking on that headache and risk. Okay. That you don't have to take that on. All right. All your work, all your project, we take on that risk on your behalf. That's part of the beauty of this program. So I just wanted to highlight that for you as well. I will just go one step further here and just say next steps. Okay, in finalizing everything. The next steps, very simply, the township selection of the independent third party. Mr. Harris just said he just received the quote in for that. So that again, that is part of the requirement, the independent third party. The township, we will work with the township, Mr. Harris's office and his staff, in taking care of the direct install applications with PSE&G and making sure that's all part of, that's all taken care of in unison with the program. And then Schneider Electric, through Pam's office, will be finalizing, and basically that energy savings plan is just about finalized. It's based on this project, obviously, and we just have some fine tuning to do on it. And that'll be finalized. That is what's going to be reviewed by the independent third party, that energy savings plan, sort of to hold our feet to the fire on your behalf, to make sure savings are real, to make sure the program is all calculated properly and everything is good for your behalf. And then in turn, we would sit down with Mr. Harris, and I think I've already shared the basic contract with Mr. Harris for T's and C's to be shared with legal counsel, and just to go through that so that when the township is ready to actually sign a contract for this, okay, that part of it's been taken care of, and the scope and numbers actually get placed into it for final review. And then in turn, we will submit the final energy savings plan. After the independent third party reviews it, we'll submit it to the BPU on your behalf. And then in turn, BPU will do its review and offer its approval. And then in turn, the township council makes one final approval of the program. And then worked in there is just the financing component that we work with the township staff, Mr. Harris's office, on that. So it's all, you're almost there. You're almost there. It's a great thing, but this is a great program. I'll stop there. And if there are any questions, Pam and I will be happy to address them.
Are there any questions concerning the ESEP from council?
I have just a couple, Mayor.
Okay.
One of the things, thank you, Mr. McGarrett, for coming back to us and continuing to press forward on this ESIP project. I think it's an important step towards more efficient energy-wise for Willingboro, energy future for Willingboro. One of the things that I saw in your presentation on the projected cash flow chart, one of the things I'm wondering is what factors can affect those annual savings? And I see that you have, your projected annual savings, but I know with market changes and things like that, those can affect it. And do you foresee any changes, or what factors could affect these savings, and so that it may not be as profitable?
Very good question, Deputy Mayor Whitfield. Thank you for asking it. And by the way, it's a pleasure to be back here. So thank you for your comments. It's a pleasure to be back in front of council. Pam, can I ask you maybe to comment on that first?
Sure. One thing that the cash flow takes into account, which you may be able to read at the top, is escalation rates for energy. 2.4% per year for natural gas and water, which there is no water savings in here, 2.2% for electricity. And, sometimes rates increase higher than that per year. Sometimes they're a little less than that. We think over the term of a 15-year contract, that's rather conservative. But that, change in escalation, if rates go higher, your dollar savings will be greater than what is shown here. Other things that can impact energy savings are the way systems are operated, the way buildings are operated. We've taken into account in our savings models, the calculations that we've done, your current operating hours on your building. For example, the municipal complex, part of that building is operated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So our model takes that into account. But if you were to have a dramatic change in the way the building operates, say the Kennedy Center goes from, let's say 50 hours of operation a week to 60 or 70, then that would increase your energy use. If the building usage goes down, that would increase your savings. So the other things are temperature set points and scheduling of equipment, which all that is taken into account in the building automation system and in the sequences that we would propose to implement there. And that's about it. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor, does that address your question?
Yeah, I think that addresses that question. And then just as a follow-up to that, what are some, or I see that on the schedule, the increases continue to rise year after year. After the first year, it's a large savings and it drops a bit and then it increases each year, those savings. What does that schedule look like after the loan period of 15 years?
Pam? Well, can I just ask a clarification, Deputy Mayor? You said, what does that look like after 15 years?
Yeah, so after the 15 years, will we continue to see those savings, and kind of what does that look like?
I'm going to just jump in and say, based upon what Pam reviewed, if things remain somewhat equal, okay, you'll continue to see those relative savings going forward. If things change, and again, 15 years is a long time, okay, there may be need to revisit and say, maybe there's increased technology that's going to be able to save you more money. Maybe there's technology down the line that we don't have yet, okay, that we can help address that. But to answer your basic question, things being relatively the same, okay, those savings would continue, yes. Other things that impact it, and Pam can correct me if I'm wrong, let's just say you have spaces right now that aren't air conditioned, okay, and all of a sudden you air condition some spaces. Well, that obviously increases the load, and who knows where that may come down to in some of those years. But those are just some of the variables that happen, that may happen.
And then over the 15-year period, if anything, if any of the equipment or changes that we make should malfunction or break or anything like that, Is there like an insurance or coverage for that?
Well, we have, yeah, well, within the first year or so, we take care of that. Okay, if something happens within the first year or two, we would set something up. But we also have a program which is not included here. Okay, but it's a client services program that we would be happy to sit down with counsel, with Mr. Harris, and review a client services program which would cover some of those things or cover many of those things that you're asking about right now in terms of that. And that would be, we don't like to call it an insurance program, but I understand your terminology. Okay, it's more or less a preventative program in some respects, as well as covering any breakage or whatever based upon the systems. Yeah, so we do have that, and we, certainly, if Mr. Harris and counsel if that's something you like to discuss, we would certainly be happy to sit down and talk about that.
Okay.
Yep.
And then I just have one last question. And I noticed that there is a natural gas supplier change here. Who is that change, or what company would that change go to? And would that require any local drilling?
Pam?
That is merely a change of the supplier for the commodity, which you have implemented in most of your natural gas accounts. And in fact, at least one of the accounts that's listed on that, in that savings of $22,000 a year, that has already been implemented. So it's just getting market-based competitive pricing for the supply of the commodity, that the natural gas, and you're doing that in most accounts. So it does not require any additional, hard piping or anything like that.
All right. Well, thank you for those answers. I think I feel really good about moving forward with this program. I think it's a tremendous opportunity to get value and to upgrade our building. So thank you for all your hard work over these past few years to get us to this.
It's been our pleasure, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGarr and Ms. Janney, for once again coming out and refreshing our memories regarding the benefits of the ESIP program.
Once again, our pleasure, Mr. Harris. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And Sean is unsharing their screen because I just want to present the third kind of element in regards to some infrastructure upgrades and some improvements to the municipal infrastructure that is going to save the township money, which is kind of in line with what Mr. McGarr and Ms. Janney had presented regarding the ESIP, where theirs pertains to more infrastructure and structural elements. We have been researching, let me see which screen I'm going to share as well. Some elements. Can you see my screen, Bright Idea LED?
No, this said just has started screen sharing.
Okay.
There it go. There it is.
Okay. So if you recall, I guess during the winter months, there were some complaints because of the darkness at the JFK Center. And as we look to remediate that particular situation, we came across a vendor who was participating in a program which is very much similar to what Mr. McGarr just presented regarding LED light replacement opportunity for Willingboro Township, where we would go through a process of replacing all of our municipal owned lighting with LED lighting. So we did a very comprehensive study of our lights and our electric bills, thanks to some of the efforts of our facilities department, especially the work of Mr. Kevin Gaines. And we came across this program, which is very much similar to what was presented in the ESIP. And I'll just kind of go through it. where the program through rebates provided through the electric providers, PSE&G, we would get rebated for the actual purchasing of the LED lights, where we would get them for pretty much $1 a piece. So if you see in this one particular analysis, to the bottom right where you see the subtotal was $3,832. The estimated rebate that the township would see, particularly in this one particular example, would be $3,742 payable directly to the source, the vendor, and we would have to contribute $90 towards the replacement of, or towards the purchase of the lighting equipment. So other things that were taken into consideration were, of course, the savings. But one element that made this program very attractive is that although we would be responsible for financing the installation of the lighting, PSE&G would offer us a 5-year interest-free program where we would just pay the cost back to PSE&G through our utility bills. They even offered us one of two options where they could pay the installer directly, or they could give us the revenue and we could pay the installer. However, we would pay the finance back to PSE&G directly through our utility savings. So this is just an analysis of different areas through the town that we did look at. And I'm not going to go through all of these individually. So I did prepare a spreadsheet for the areas that we were looking at. So, and I hope everyone can see this Excel spreadsheet, but if you look to your left under the locations, these are the different areas that we are talking about handling. The Country Club Park, JFK Center, Mill Creek Park, Pennypacker Field and JFK Field, Sportsman Field, the Public Works Facility, our municipal complex, Van Sciver Park and Fairmont Park. So totally.
We're seeing the same thing that you're showing. We're seeing a bar graph, an existing lamp and LED solution.
Where are you at? Oh, you're here still?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me so let me get out of this one and let me see if I can pull up the correct. Okay. So do you see the Excel spreadsheet now?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. So again, off to the left here are the different locations that we were talking about: Country Club, JFK, Mill Creek Park, Pennypacker, the Public Works Facility, the Municipal Complex, Van Sciver Parkway, and Fairmont Park. So totally, we are talking about replacing out 728 of our current lights with LED lighting at a total cost of $106,000 plus. However, out of that, we are going to realize $104,000, almost $105,000 in direct rebates paid directly to the lighting provider, with our final out-of-pocket cost for the lights to be just $1,982, which I thought was phenomenal. The installation, as you can see, is quite substantial at $127,000 roughly. But if we look at our current utility expenses, these are per month expenses for all of these lights. We're paying almost $4,000 a month in current utility bills. Our projected utility bills for the same lighting after these installations will be $1,678, reflecting a projected savings of $2,254.61 per month. So when we look at what our payments would be the equivalent of $2,155 over the course of for the payments for the 728 lights, but we would be saving on a monthly basis for about $138 per month, even so. So for the first 5 years, that would be the first 5 payback years that we will be paying or receiving the discount of $138.73. We would save $8,323.78 in utility costs in just the first 5 years in our electric bill savings. But from years 6 through 12, we will be saving over $15,000 a month in utility costs. Now, the reason that is projected out years 6 through 12 is because that's the expected life expectancy of the LED lightings based on an operating rate of 12 hours a day for 7 days a week. So again, I wanted to share these numbers with the council, allow you to review them and ingest them, to question them and audit them, because once again, if you feel that this is a viable program, we're going to ask for your consensus to move forward with this program as well. So it is very much in line with what Mr. McGarr presented for the ESIP regarding our municipal facilities on the interior, but this one is related specifically towards exterior lighting that is not related to the projects that Mr. McGarr presented to the body, but will be working in tandem with and pretty much provide the same benefit to the township as far as upgrades in our facilities and substantial savings to our residents, and hits those sore points, I think, as he labeled them, where the residents feel that Willingboro is very dark. And we will be solving that problem by adding, much brighter lights to our public spaces and facilities. So that's what I wanted to present to you as the third element for consideration as we go into our budget preparation season. We continue to work to improve Willingboro, as well as save the residents, the taxpayers, revenue in the process. So if there's any questions about that, I will answer them now. And if not, then I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Are there any questions concerning the ESIP, Energy Savings Improvement Program? Oh, okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Harris, you can continue with the ordinance and resolution.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
So for the
Thank you, Mr.
business
McGarr.
Yeah, you can put him up now.
Thank you,
Joe.
Mayor.
We're tired of looking
Thank
at
you.
him. You can go. For the rest of the business being presented to you this evening for your consideration is resolution number 2023-52, which is a resolution authorizing the township to submit its annual recycling tonnage grant. We do get revenue from our recycling programs. We do need to submit an application each year for the amount of recycling materials that was taken to the dump every year. So that's what this resolution is, authorizing the application for that grant. Let me see. I don't have the specific numbers, but those would be the dollars that would come back to the township for our 2022 recycling. Resolution number 2023-53 is authorizing a grant application to obtain a grant from the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs. This year, the governor was very gracious to include Willingboro with $1 million into his budget for this year, which we need to go ahead and submit an application with the Department of Community Affairs to receive those fundings. Part of the application requirement is the resolution by the governing body. And I'm just asking for the authorization to submit the application to obtain the grant from the Department of Community Affairs. Resolution number 2023-54 is a resolution authorizing transfers between 2022 budget appropriations reserves. As you recall, during the first 3 years of every month, the last 2 of the previous month and the first 3 months of every year, the township has the ability to transfer funds to cover any shortfalls in budgets. March is the last opportunity to do so. And as different things continue to come in from last year for payment, highlighting maybe some shortfalls, and these are opportunities to cover those shortfalls by transferring reserves from different accounts. Resolution number 2023-55 is a resolution authorizing refunds for the overpayment of taxes. That's pretty much a standard operational thing that we do here in the township for residents who receive maybe a disability income or veterans disability exemption or veterans exemption on their tax bills. Resolution number 2023-56 is a resolution to accept the tax collector's 2022 annual report. This was presented to you at the last meeting. It really wasn't up to the standards that this body required. So I did get an updated report for you, which I hope meets your requirements. And we're going to ask for that approval. 2023-57 is a duplicate from 2023-52. So we're going to just skip past that. 2023-58 is authorizing the township of Willingboro to enter into contracts for the purchase of 2 township servers from contracted participants in the New Jersey State Approved Purchasing Cooperative Contracts. Over the last couple of meetings, you authorized appropriations transfers from prior ordinances so we could go ahead and purchase these 2 servers to protect our IT infrastructure. And this is actually the contract to award for the purchases of those 2 servers. Resolution number 2023-59 is authorizing an award of a non-fair and open contract for multi-license uniform construction code inspector UCC. This is Mr. Wayne. What's Wayne's last name? Yeah.
Wallace.
Yes, thank you. Who has been performing these services for the township for a few years. And, you know, we have evaluated potentially replacing this individual with a full-time employee, but Mr. Wallace holds quite a number of certifications that are beneficial to the township, and to replace them all would be very difficult, especially at the rate that he is charging the township for his services. So that we're going to ask you to award that contract to him to continue to operate as a multi-licensed uniform construction code inspector. And then resolution number 2023-60 is authorizing the approval of vouchers for payment and ratification. And resolution 2023-61 is a resolution for authorizing the payments for Granicus. So what I did not see, and Ms. Blodgett, correct me if I'm mistaken, was not the ordinance for the benches on for a second reading and public hearing this evening? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's at the next meeting. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Right, but your 57 is the resolution of the Township of Woodward County authorizing execution of professional service agreement not to exceed.
Okay, I don't have that amendment on my agenda document.
Yeah, it should be a new agenda.
Mr. Harris, what did you say? Did you say one was a repeat?
That's what we were just talking about.
The 57, remember we changed to 57?
Okay, so 57 is, okay.
Right. So that was at the last meeting, we did withdraw the approval of the not to exceed for the professional services contract. I believe we had to make some adjustments with that. So that was being represented for consideration by the body.
Okay, and that's 57. And we also do have an ordinance 2023-5. And that's amending Part 1, Chapter 3, Article 2 to add a new Section 313 to the ordinance of the Township of Willingboro to establish time limits for council meetings and the time limits.
And
On.
just to clarify, at the last meeting, the council had talked about this. They directed me to prepare a draft. I've had 2 drafts that were presented. One was for a 3-hour limit, the other was for a 4-hour limit. There was some, in discussing it with individually with different council people, there was kind of 2 different thoughts of mind in terms of either 3 hours versus 4 hours. So there's 2 variations, and I think, obviously council needs to give direction as a whole in terms of which way they want to go. Also included in this resolution, it's just kind of to memorialize the practice, which was the 2 minutes public comment for agenda items, and the 4-minute comment for general public. That's also included in these ordinances.
Okay. And so we can determine whether we want 3 or 4 hours during discussion. Right.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
And then after that discussion, whichever way the council goes will be the one that actually gets introduced for first reading.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. So we'll move on to public comment. This is public comment for agenda items only. Any comments about the ordinance or the resolutions? It's 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Public comment for agenda items is now open.
All right, Martin Knock.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know what's the appropriate time to talk about the presentation, so I save it for the regular public comment. But I do have a question about the 2023-57. I see you are pointing or putting limits on the amounts for various professionals. I just want to remind the mayor and the deputy mayor that the planning board was going back out for a planner. Want to make sure that the appropriate dollar amount is allocated. And in addition, there seems to be going to be a lot more activity, at least on the planning board side. I want to make sure that there's enough dollars in there to cover it. And I understand this is just appointing the professionals, but the planning board appoints its own, but I figured this is just the dollar amount that you're trying to limit it to. So I just want to remind the mayor, the deputy mayor, since they sit on the planning board, about that activity. And hopefully this does not interfere or conflict with that. Okay, and when I got 43 seconds, when can I talk about the electric? The lighting has been a passion of mine for several years. Definitely want to be able to talk about that. I'm happy to see Mr. Harris has picked that up, even though it's a little different concept. And I definitely want to say a great presentation by Snyder Electric. I was on the tail end of that when I left. I think the promise of savings over the years is fantastic as I look at it. I've been away from it for a moment, but I agree with you, Deputy Mayor, that it is a good thing. I finished in 2 seconds, Ms. Balajian.
Okay, and yeah, and we can have further discussion in the next public comment also about the ESIP.
Okay.
You did good.
Oh, thank you.
And also, even for your other concern for resolution 2023-57, those numbers did include, we did increase those numbers, I believe, last year. Deputy Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong. We did increase those numbers to accommodate some of the extra work that's going to happen on the planning board.
All right, Pat Lindsay Harvey.
Good evening, Pat Lindsay Harvey, Hadley Lane. I had a question about ordinance 2023, the shared service between Williamboro and Burlington regarding police. Section 6 talks about reimbursement. So am I to read here that there's no reimbursement from between the municipalities? If we were to send police there, we would be responsible for the cost?
Mr. Harris, that's under new business. Ms. Lindsay Harvey, we're going to discuss that during new business.
Okay, thank
Might
you.
get better clarification.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Is there anyone else in queue for public comment for agenda items? Okay.
Yes, call-in listener ending in 7297.
Good evening, Council. Jacqueline Mack, 70 Maplewood Lane. I would like someone to explain to me Ordinance 2023-5 that concerns the council meeting times. And I understand why you're doing that, but at the same time, you've already limited the public to 2 minutes for agenda items and 4 minutes for yes, that's it, for second public comment. So how are you going to handle that? Because I think we all know where the problem is. And, you know, as I said the last time, sometimes people want to beat us over the head with something, and that's just making the meetings very, very long. So how are you going to handle that ordinance? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. Anyone else for public comment for agenda items? Okay, public comment for agenda items is now closed. Mr. Crook, did you want to handle that last question or?
Well, I guess we could do it as part of the discussion of the ordinance.
Okay, that's fair.
I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, and the intention of the ordinance is to streamline and it's, you know, to put us on notice and streamline the meetings. There is an option, I believe, in the ordinance to allow for an extension of the meeting upon a majority vote of the council. But the intention is to streamline the council meetings while taking care of business and making sure we have both public comments, you know, adequate time for discussion on items. So the intention is just to streamline. All right, Madam Clerk, you can proceed.
This is a first reading, ordinance 2023-5, ordinance amending Part 1, Chapter 3, Article 2 to add a new Section 3-13 to the ordinances of the Township of Willingboro to establish time limits for council meeting and time limit on public comment. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Worthy, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Discussion? Yes, Dr. Worthy.
Madam Mayor, I'm in favor of it being a 3-hour meeting. I know there was a option 3 hours or 4 hours. I think 3 hours. And I don't know if there's a way to incorporate in the language an amount of time for when council wants to present a case or something different or new or something. Is there a way to maybe consider a time for council so that we are optimizing our time between meetings, talking one at a time, you know, to be able to have a more efficient meeting?
Just from a legal perspective, the way the Open Public Meetings Act works and its actual language leaves it to the governing body to determine reasonable rules. Now, of course, those reasonable rules have to be directed toward making sure that the issues that need to be addressed are properly addressed and that there's sufficient time to allow for public comment. I did not include in this particular version any limitations on council members themselves. But I do believe, and I have represented other clients that have such limitations, you know, that's ultimately up to council and the majority of council as to whether or not you want to include them. And if so, what do you want in terms of that? Do you want a specific, you know, time limitation? For example, of 5 minutes, 10 minutes? You know, I would need direction on that. And if you wanted to include that in there, as long as it's reasonable and doesn't impede the ability of council to do business or the public to participate, it would probably be held up by the courts.
Okay, so Council, Dr. Worthy, has asked, if we want to consider, not putting a limit, because we're not trying to impede other council members, but trying to streamline and optimize our times. Like if we want to present something, should we, you know, maybe 5 or 10 minutes? Do we want to include that in this ordinance?
I personally like the option of 3 hours, being it gives us the option to extend by majority of the vote, but also, you know, we too need to govern our own selves. So I would be in favor of putting time constraints on our own presentations. You know, when we're going back and forth, whether it's discussion or whatever it may be, I'm in favor. It's just that, you know, we just need to identify whether it's 5 or 10 minutes.
Councilwoman Perrone?
Yes, and just for, first of all, the reason why I did not want to pay legal counsel to come up with something is because we do operate by the Robert's Rules of Order. And just for the record, here, I don't know if you can see it. Okay, here's a book. It's Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised. Okay, it describes how we're supposed to govern ourselves in our meeting. And it's pretty lengthy. And some of the issue, to be honest with you, as you saw, I raised my hand. However, Madam Mayor, you called on Councilman Anderson when he did not raise his hand nor have the floor to speak. Okay, so part of our issue is having respect and creating order in the process, whether you want to hear from that person or not. I raised my hand like this in the Zoom, and then I also raised my hand electronically, but you still did not call on me. You called on Councilman Anderson. So with that said, the way Robert's Rules of Order works is, Madam Mayor, part of your roles and responsibility, and that is anybody who is the mayor, who is sitting as the mayor in our form of governance, you are to call on those who you see first has raised their hand.
And I saw Councilman Anderson first.
But see how you interrupted me right now?
No, I understand, but we don't need a lesson.
You see how you're doing it again? You see how you're doing it again?
And I'm willing to listen to you, Councilwoman Perrone. I will, but we don't need a lesson in Robert's Rules.
You have to listen with your ears and not your mouth. Unfortunately, respectfully, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, please hear me, because these meetings go as how they go because of what you just did just now and what you did when Councilman Anderson spoke. So creating order. So therefore, whoever raises their hand, whoever acknowledges that they want to speak, then you give them the floor, just like how you called on me, but it's not to interrupt me. I'm going to read to you what it says here and there's a lot, but I'm only going to read to you a little bit. Speech limits in debate. Okay, and this is very important for those who are listening that are not on council because they are concerned about how we debate. You may speak in the debate twice on any debatable motion on the same day. Each time you may speak up for 10 minutes. These limits apply to any organization, which means we can make it 5 minutes, okay? That has not adopted any special rules in order of limits. As I just said, it could be 5 or 10 minutes. I'm gonna pause there, okay? So we're having a debate on a topic. Let's say it's trash. We're all concerned. I wanna speak. I spoke once now, and I have 5 minutes to speak about that topic. Now you give the floor to somebody else in the room. According to Robert's Rules of Order, after I've already spoken, okay, let's say the agreement is 5 minutes or less. Now you give the floor to Deputy Mayor, whoever wants to speak. They too have 5 minutes at that point. Once everybody has spoken, who wants to speak, because everybody does not have to speak. Once everybody has spoken, then you can go back to that other person. If I was the first person to speak, you can say, okay, Councilman Perrone, you now have the floor again. because now that would be my second time to speak. And I still have 5 minutes now additional to speak. And then once I've said what I had to say, then it's done. Now we go to the next person, okay? If they want to say something. Sometimes when we're speaking, people want to call point of order. No, they want to call the question when everybody hasn't spoken. That's disorderly, okay? As the mayor, it's a tough job because you have to manage everybody that's here in the room, okay? But keeping the order is what will keep the order of the time of these meetings, okay? So, and there's, again, I would recommend getting this book. I got it from Barnes and Nobles, and honestly, governing ourselves accordingly, and just those type of things. Wait till you're called. Wait till you're recognized. Even if you feel like saying something, just like now, Madam Mayor, you wanted to interrupt me and you felt like speaking. Even you as the mayor, it's not okay. It prolongs a meeting, it causes disturbance, confusion, and it's unnecessary. So as far as I'm concerned, it's not about 3 hours of a meeting, 4 hours of a meeting. It's about the process as it's moving forward, creating order. And the order that we are governed by is Robert's Rules of Order. We need to facilitate ourselves with that and get very familiar with that process. So that's all I wanted to say, and I'll conclude my statement.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Kirk.
the reference to Robert's rules, that is incorporated as part of the rules that apply to this council. That's where the 5 and 10 came from. That's where the 5 and 10 that's applied in other townships came from. The other points of order, they are in Robert's rules. I haven't seen them being followed by the council or some of the council people in terms of the time limits of how long they speak. But going forward, you know, the point's well taken that if we're going to comply with Robert's rules, everybody has to comply. But in terms of this particular provision and ordinance, this was simply dealing with the time limit for the overall meeting and making sure that there's sufficient time for public comment as well in both the agenda items position as well as afterwards. If council, as a majority of council wants me to incorporate 5 minutes, 10 minutes in to be consistent with Robert's rules, I'll be glad to do that. That's up to council to tell me what you want to do in terms of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crook. So besides Dr. Worthy and Councilman Anderson, I don't know if you answered that particular question of incorporating. I apologize if you did.
No, I did. I'm in favor of the time restrictions, whether it's 5 or 10, but based on Robert rules, if they identify 10, I'm in favor of 10.
They said 5 or 10 in Robert's.
5 or 10, yeah. I'm
So
in
they
favor.
said what they, just for clarity, if I have the floor, Madam Mayor.
I was still speaking. I was still speaking, so therefore Robert rules wasn't followed just now.
Right, that's why I said, do I have the floor? That's all. That's why I said, do I have the floor?
No.
Go ahead, Councilman Anderson.
Oh, so, I would say 10, only because if, there's a statement put out there and then someone wants to rebuttal, they have time to rebuttal opposed to blocking it into 5. So that's the only reason I was saying, 10.
Okay, fair enough. Councilwoman Perron.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, and I did try to say, do I have the floor? And you're right, Councilman Anderson. I just wanted to clarify what the statement said, and I'll read it again, just this sentence. Each time you may speak up for 10 minutes. And it says the next sentence, these limits apply to any organization that has not adopted special rules setting other limits as they may do, which means they're recommending 10 minutes, no more, but we can recommend whatever we want. I was just letting you know if that one paragraph in this book that's of 193 pages, because there's a lot of helpful information here. So I just wanted to let him know that it's, it doesn't have to be 10. I don't want everybody to feel like it's 10 because it says this. That's what they're recommending. Thank you.
All right, any other input on this? And is it, okay, so we have 3 for 3 hours. Dr. Worthy, you're okay with 10 minutes as?
Yeah, I mean, 10 minutes max.
Right.
Yeah, I don't, I think as we're going through this, I'm looking forward to streamlining the meetings. However, I think that as a body and as individuals, we have to be willing to govern ourselves based on whatever it is, whether it's the book from Barnes and Noble, or if it's going to be the ordinance. I think it's important that we stay mindful, because it's not just the words, it's how we govern ourselves. So I do look forward to having this, but if people are going to opt to just do whatever they want and disregard it anyway, it's not going to be worth, the paper it's written on. But yeah, 10 minutes max, but I'm looking at a 3-hour meeting. That's a lot of time for one person to grandstand.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield.
And also, with that 10 minutes max, each individual does have the opportunity to speak twice. So that could be a possible 20 minutes per person on a single issue.
Okay. Councilman Anderson.
Just to answer Deputy Mayor's question, when I stated it, I was saying 10 with intervals of 5. So if you stated something, there was 5, and then your rebuttal was 5. So we would maximize it to 10 minutes.
Okay. All right, you got that, Mr. Crook. And I guess do we need to hold off this ordinance, or can we vote? We can vote on it.
We should do a motion to table, and I'll go back with the direction that the council's just given me, and I'll revise the ordinance to incorporate what I hear, and unless otherwise is, it's going to be a total of 10 minutes, 5 minutes for the first comment, with the remaining 5 minutes of rebuttal. So if that's what the majority wants, that's what I'll go back and do.
And so we can't make a motion on that today, and
well, you have to incorporate in the ordinance, and it has to be made as part of first reading. So
okay, fair enough.
We should table this. I'll rewrite it, come back with another version. Hopefully that will be the one that can be first read at the next meeting, then we'll go from there.
All right, fair enough. Dr. Worthy.
I withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
I withdraw my second.
Thank you very much. Make a motion to table ordinance 2023-5.
Second.
Moved by Mayor McIntosh, seconded by Deputy Mayor Whitfield. Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yeah.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes. And I have a point of order. I didn't state a date by which to table it until.
Excuse me, that would be the next meeting.
Okay.
Which would be the 21st. So you want to amend the motion to say that it's tabled until the 21st, we probably should do that. So
Okay.
let's do another motion.
Yes, I have my apologies.
That's all right.
I make a motion to table ordinance 2023-5 until March 21st.
Second.
Moved by Mayor McIntosh, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Roll call, please.
Just so I'm clear, the first motion was just to
First
table it,
motion was to
and
table.
the second motion was the date it was tabled to.
So that
Correct.
was tabled also. And we're doing a motion to table the prior motion. And this motion designates the 21st as the date when it will come back. So that's the motion on the table. Maybe we should redo that, Mayor, and do a second on that.
They did do a
Seconded.
motion and seconded. I was just getting clarification before I did the roll call. So this second one, we had a motion to table and second, and now we have a motion to continue the table, but until March 21st.
To designate the date, correct, yes.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
Resolution 2022-52, resolution authorizing the township to apply for the 2022 recycling tonnage grant. I need a motion, please.
Madam Clerk, I'm going to do a consent. Is-
Okay, sorry.
Sorry. Does any council have any resolutions they want to pull out for further discussion?
Can we pull out 57, Mayor?
Okay. All right. Any other ones? Okay, I make a motion to form a consent agenda for resolution 2023-52 through 56 and 2023-58 through 61.
Second.
Moved by Mayor McIntosh, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need a motion to approve the consent agenda, please.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Anderson, seconded by Dr. Worthy. Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
Resolution 2023-57, resolution of the Township of Willingboro, County of Burlington, authorizing execution of professional service agreement for not to exceed amounts as determined. Need a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Whitfield, seconded by Dr. Worthy. Discussion? Yes. Deputy Mayor Whitfield?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple edits to this resolution. One being the planning board had discussed appointing a separate planner, separate from the municipal planner. And I think on this list, it's designated as planner board. But I just wanted to make sure that that was stated as planning board planner. And then also previously, we had designated the monies for the master plan and council special projects. Last year, we had set aside $60,000 for that. And since the planning board will be working with a planner on its own, I wanted to include those funds in this appropriation on this line.
So on this thing, we do have a planner and then we'd have a planner board. So there's two.
No, there's the planner is the municipal planner.
Right.
So that probably needs to be designated, but on the planning board meeting, the planning board was putting out an RFP for a planner to work with separate.
Right, so that wouldn't be planners board?
It just says planner board. I wanted to make the clarification that that was a planning board planner.
Okay. But it is on here though. That's, I guess.
Yes,
that's
it's
what we're
on
talking
here.
about.
It's just
Okay.
designated incorrectly.
Okay, gotcha. So planner under Oprah attorney would be the municipal planner.
Mm-hmm.
And planner on board would be the planning board planner.
Right, correct.
Okay.
And then the appropriation for that, pull it from the council special projects and put it on that line item, and that was 60,000 there.
Okay, 60,000 instead of 10,000?
Correct. And then the only other concern that I have is for the planning board solicitor, we have 15,000 allocated. There has been an uptick in development inquiries. Even for the next planning board, we have 3 applications that have come before us. So I anticipate that there will be more meetings this year. And I wanted to petition the council to increase that allotment to 25,000.
Any council members in agreement with that?
Fine with that.
Dr. Worthy?
I'm okay with that also.
All right, thank you. Do you have an opinion, Councilwoman Perone?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we can adjust that. 25,000 and 60,000 was accommodated on the special projects. We did indicate that.
So Mayor,
Yes.
before the roll call, just wanted to be clear, 60,000 to the planning board planner from special projects
Mm-hmm.
and planning board solicitor, an additional 25,000. Right?
Just 25,000.
Or just 25,000, gotcha.
Yeah.
And Madam Clerk, does that align with or track with kind of our usage that we've incurred in previous years?
What we have for the planning board solicitor, yes.
And we are properly using our escrow and everything like that. Just want to make sure we're properly utilizing and getting enough escrow in queue to accommodate the extra, the uptick in applications.
Okay, I'm just looking at a question that I have from the CFO. Is this going to hold up the certs, Mr. Harris?
Hold up the certs.
Right.
So the CFO has to certify the availability of funds if you're going to be awarding a contract. So I believe that's what she was probably referring to. So if you're going to make these adjustments, I would recommend that you put off the adoption until the next meeting to just make sure that those funds are available for certification.
If I could make a suggestion, maybe we can just pull out these 2 line items and then have the ability to certify, but go ahead with all the other listings.
That's what I was going to ask. If we can
Okay.
just take it off, because I did
So we'll
get
just
a,
pull out planning board solicitor and planning board planner, pull those 2 out.
yes.
But the only other adjustment is just acknowledging that the first planner is a municipal planner.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So planning board solicitor, we're going to take off or table, and I mean, take off completely. And what was the other question? Was it just those 2 that was
Planning
holding?
board planner, those 2.
Okay, the planner and planning board solicitor. Got it.
Mayor,
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
will that affect our ability to continue to hold meetings? Because we do have a meeting next week.
You having appointed a planning board attorney?
We have appointed a planning board attorney, but will the not having the not to exceed affect our ability to continue to have meetings?
No, because essentially the not to exceed is just a requirement by the state, where in an effort to be more transparent, they require those figures in the contract. So, you will be awarding them the not to exceed from a contractual payment, but they know that they're appointed, they know that they're going to get paid. It's just the amount that they're going to get paid is not really locked down based on the availability of funds. So at the very least, if it's kind of short now, then we can increase it after budget adoption, but that shouldn't impede on their being able to perform the duties.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Madam
Roll-
Clerk.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes. All right. Madam Clerk.
I need an approval of the treasury report, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Anderson, seconded by Dr. Worthy. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need an approval of minutes for January 3rd, 2023, January 17th, 2023, and February 21st, 2023. Need a
So
motion,
moved.
please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Anderson, seconded by Dr. Worthy. Any discussion? Roll call, please. You're on mute, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
Continue, Mayor.
Yes, please.
Just want to give you brief statistics. Phone calls received to the clerk office last month is 1,294, and we made 1,604 calls. We've had 118 customers for dog license. We had 65 Oprahs, 1 solicitor license. We had 73 birth certificates, 23 applications for marriage certificate, and 14 marriage application, and 1 wedding ceremony. As of June 2023, the state will remove the waiving of marriage payments. Everybody will resume paying for their marriage licenses on June 2023. They have not given us the official date, but June 2023, they'll start paying again. Other upcoming events that we're going to be having May the 16th, 2023 will be our Youth and Government Day with the high school. And of course, upcoming May the 10th, 2023 also is our dog clinic. Will be in Mill Creek Park. And of course, election upcoming June 23. We have plenty of vacancies for boards and commissions. So we're still asking residents to apply because we do have plenty of vacancies. And also liaisons, if you can get to me your meeting dates and time, it will be much appreciated. And Mayor and Council, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any concerns or questions for the clerk? Okay, moving on to unfinished business. Does council have any items for unfinished business? Councilwoman Perone?
Thank you. Yes, at our last meeting, I had discussed and I advised the council that there's an event coming up for Autism Awareness Month, which is in April. There is an event, Autism in My Shoes Symposium. And because of the discussion, the lengthy discussion, it was there's been a confusion for the township manager. There has been a flyer that has been already designed. However, I've not received it to disclose it because he's under the impression that the council gets to vote on whether or not the event takes place. So I do need some clarity, and if the clerk can pull up the resolution again, and Councilman Anderson already read the resolution the last meeting, but I think it will be beneficial to read it again to hear that the language speaks that no one on council votes for events that the parade and events takes on. This way I can get the flyer circulated in the community of a much needed community, by the way, where we do have a large population of autism, an event that I'm trying to present for the community. So we do need clarity on that. This way the township manager is not confused on whether or not he can email me the flyer that's already been designed.
Oh, go ahead, Councilman Anderson.
If I'm not mistaken, based on that resolution, I believe that I did back in 2016, it references an ad hoc committee, correct? Does it reference ad hoc committee? Because if it does, I thought the ad hoc committee was good for 1 year. Does anyone have that resolution? Do you have that?
I have it.
Clerk?
I have it.
Okay, because I do believe it references an ad hoc committee, and that was done in 2016. And I do believe the ad hoc committee is good for 1 year. And, you know, my other stance on the conversation, the past meeting is, because we're asking for township funds, I do believe it is imperative that council weighs in on and has some, you know, to do, because it's our responsibility to be fiscally responsible to our residents. So anything that requires township funds to be approved should come through the council. And that's my take on it based on my experience on council. But that's just, you know, where I stand.
Councilwoman Perrone, I do see your hand. I was gonna ask Mr. Crook to weigh in before Nat raised his hand. Councilman Anderson raised his hand.
I wasn't aware, obviously, that this was going to be brought up tonight. I think we do need, as part of going forward, if there's going to be matters brought for unfinished business, that the council person make the clerk and the manager aware so it could be put on the agenda. However, in terms of this issue, I've reviewed the resolution, and I think the most important thing out of it is it's an advisory committee. It's clear in the resolution, it's advisory, and I do not read that resolution in any way of saying that a committee can make unilateral decisions about what events it's going to have and what it's going to spend without getting the approval of council. Whether that has to be a vote on each individual, I understand that there's a document that's been circulated by the Councilwoman Perrone that lists proposed events with proposed budgets. And I think if that was to be approved, then that could be enough. But I don't agree, and I don't think the resolution language supports the position that a committee can just unilaterally set up and go ahead with events without getting the okay and approval of the council to do so. So that's my legal opinion on that. If I knew it was going to be brought up tonight, I was intending to reduce that to writing, but since we're now talking about it, that's my oral opinion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Crook. Councilwoman Perrone.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Crook, did you receive the email with the events that was proposed to all of council, the Excel spreadsheet?
The mayor did share that, I believe, with everybody, so I have seen it, yes.
Okay, all right, it's okay. So now, and then with Mr. Anderson, he spoke about an ad hoc committee. Councilman Anderson, if you would look up what ad hoc committee means, that is all of the, right? So all of the committees that are established by our community, i.e. the Youth Advisory Committee, the Parade and Events Committee, those are called ad hoc committees, right? So those committees have titles now. We don't just call them ad hoc committee 1, ad hoc committee 2. They're actually labeled as what their committee is. So in this particular case, this ad hoc committee is the Parade and Events Committee. And on this committee does receive a yearly budget, annual, as you said, annual. Therefore, everybody on the committee or whoever wishes to join this committee must then submit an application as the clerk described, that we have a low count on participation. I'm gonna pause there. I wonder why. Look at all of what's going on. Okay, you're not really inviting the community, but that's a side note. Okay, the community puts their application in and they become part of that ad hoc committee. And that ad hoc committee has a special name. So in this particular committee that I'm the liaison for, that ad hoc committee, it's called what? Parade and Events Committee. And on this committee, there is monies that is voted by whom? The sitting council for when? The entire year. That money, whatever is voted on, is what the council votes on. Those who are on council, which can only be two, there's two liaisons that can be on those committees. Councilman Anderson, you are one of the liaisons for the Parade and Events Committee. You've never attended any of the meetings though.
I'm sorry.
You don't have the floor. I'm sorry, you do not have the floor. So again, anyone who is on the committee has the opportunity to discuss details of place, when, how, what, purpose, and why. Those people that are on the committee, which means no more than 2 council members that are liaisons, and the rest of the community that has volunteered. And yes, the community can be an employee of the township or a resident, but anyone that lives in the township. Therefore, the events are to be emailed or sent in some form of fashion, which the mayor did receive, and I did see that she emailed it to everyone at 7:26 p.m. during our last meeting. So that's why I was aware that all of you did not have that Excel spreadsheet, but I did see that she emailed it while we were discussing it. I also am aware that Mr. Crook received it later as well. So by now, everyone has received the yearly events that the Parade and Events Committee has proposed for this year. In addition to, some of the events must be proposed or worked on prior to, such as the July 4th, for purposes of saving the date and so forth, and monies like fireworks. With that said, and in closing, nowhere on that resolution, and you can read it again if you wish to, nowhere on it does it say the council votes on whether or not you have the event on April 14th or April 15th, or whether you have red balloons or blue balloons, or if you have cake or anything. None of that, those details are voted in this meeting. Those discussions take place in the ad hoc committee. The liaison's job is to take that meeting information and bring it to this meeting and notify the council of the event that's to take place, where, when, why, and so forth. That is it. And if anybody, and especially our legal counsel, has any objections, I do wish for that to be objected by backing up any type of legal law that says differently. Last thing I'm going to say is all the events that took place last year and prior to this very moment from the Parade and Events Committee was never voted on by the council. I conclude.
Mayor, pick me, please.
Yes, Councilman Anderson.
All right, so just for some clarification, back in 2016, yes, I was on that committee. After the parade, the Veterans Day Parade, and the following years, I stepped down from that committee, Councilwoman Perrone. I only stepped back in to fulfill it when you were out sick, and I believe that was during the movie piece, but that was it. I stepped away from it, so I'm no longer a part of that committee. The Veterans Day Parade in 2016 was voted on by council. We had an open session. It was voted on by council. And you're right. We don't pick the color of the balloons or the events and all of that, but we do have to vote on whether or not it's going to be approved when you're using dollars. And yes, you did provide a list of events, but did the council vote on it? Just because you put a list together with dollars associated with it, we still have to vote on it. We have to be fiscally responsible. We have to make sure that the events this committee wants to do does not overlap with things that the township have scheduled. So yes, you may have provided it, but did it come before council for an official approval? That's the question. And at the end of the day, my stance is going to be, when it comes to taxpayers' dollars, we are the ones who are responsible. And it's general practice that when these dollars are being spent, as a courtesy, it comes through council so that we can approve it. And no one's saying that we wouldn't even approve this event at all. But at the same time, we have to have some accountability to our residents. Once again, I'm in favor of your event. And, we got to look at the budget for this year has not even been approved. It hasn't been approved. And if you're talking about monies from last cycle, we got to make sure those dollars can even be used for this purpose. So all we're trying to do is some housekeeping so that we are doing what's right. And Mr. Harris, saying to you, council approval is the right thing to do. We shouldn't be just making decisions and then saying, I didn't know. So for him wanting to make sure that it was council approval, that we're all on the same page, I have no problems with that and I respect that. And once again, I will support your event. It's just about how we go about it as, like housekeeping rules. That's it. No one's against it. We just want to make sure we're spending taxpayers' money wisely. We're not overlapping events. There's possibilities that we can combine events. And that's it. No one's fighting you over this. We just want to make sure everyone's on the same page as we move forward. That's all.
Thank you, Councilman Anderson. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, and I know that Councilman Anderson read the resolution at the last meeting, but I just want to point out the third and the sixth whereas. The third whereas states that the committee will act as an advisory board to the Township Council. And the sixth whereas points out that whereas all recommendations made to the council must be by majority of the members of the committee. So the items that are proposed to be carried out by the committee are recommendations to the council to happen, and then they must be decided on by council. That is all.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was about to read the same thing. So to cut this conversation shorter, I do think that some of the events do need to come before council according to that resolution. However, we're talking about the autism event coming up. Is council in agreement for the purposes of Mr. Harris? Is the council in agreement that we can go forward with that event? Councilman Anderson?
I just want to make sure, are the funds there to support this event?
Mr. Harris, can you answer that? Because I know Councilman Perrone did ask that question, a month ago or prior to that. According to the narrative, there were funds available.
So the only funds that are available are in the Parade and Events Trust Fund, which are earmarked to be utilized for parades only. So as far as the budget for 2023, the budget for 2023 has not been adopted as of yet. So unless you're holding a parade, the money in that fund cannot be utilized for this event.
All right, so let me ask you if as we know we had parades and events, so there's nothing that can be done. There's no money that can be utilized. Did we adopt a temporary budget initially that would accommodate a portion of funds that we earmarked last year?
So I believe Ms. Diggs is on the line, and I believe there is an option for you to, as we were saying earlier, to transfer. Ms. Diggs, are you still out there? Yes. So Ms. Diggs, if you would be kind enough to outline the process that the council would have to follow to make those funds usable for any event other than a parade.
Good evening, council. Good evening, council. Yes, there are several ways this can be done. For the amount that was allocated in the 2022 budget, because it was not encumbered for the event this year, council can, adopt or approve a resolution authorizing the CFO to transfer X amount of dollars from that special project line into the parades and events trust account. However, because the funds were not encumbered, you cannot use 2022 funds to support a 2023 event. And if the event is not a parade, the trust fund that is set aside for parade cannot be used to support an event that is not a parade. It has to be a parade because that's how the escrow was created in 1999. So there are two options. Council can approve a resolution for some of 2022 funding to be transferred into the trust fund and then it's utilized from the trust fund, or with the adoption of the 2023 budget, and then we can support the 2023 event. Hope that is clear. Thank you.
So Ms. Diggs, if you would clarify for me, because I thought you said that if it was in the trust fund, it could only be utilized for a parade.
That's what I said.
Okay, so, but in the second statement, you said that they could transfer monies from the 20 into the trust fund, but it's not a parade. So
yes,
please be very clear on the process.
Okay, so if they transfer from the 2022 special project line by resolution to the trust fund was created for parades. So any event that is not a parade, even though it's being hosted by the parade committee, it cannot be utilized. It can only be utilized for parade. Even though we have a parade committee, if the parade committee wants to host an event that is not a parade, funding in that trust fund cannot be utilized to support that event.
So this is not a parade. So even if you transfer the funds,
so even if we transfer,
it can be utilized.
It cannot be utilized unless the event is a parade.
Right.
So basically, okay, so what you're saying on the record is no money for this event. That's what I guess that's the bottom line.
Not in the 2023 budget, because we don't have an approved or adopted 2023 budget yet. We don't have anything in the 2023 budget. I mean, we don't have an adopted budget, so I can say. So once our funds were not incorporated in 2022, you cannot use 2022 monies to support a 2023 event.
All right, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Diggs, for that explanation. But I do have, I guess, another clarifying question. At the beginning of the year, we passed an emergency budget of
26.25%.
26.25% of the previous year's budget in order to carry on business until the current year's budget is passed.
Yes.
That 26.25%, can we use a portion of that 26.25% in this line item to host this event?
Yes, yeah. It all depends on what the 26.25% will equate to.
Last year, I think we had $25,000 set aside.
20,000.
20,000?
Yeah.
20,000 set aside for parades and events.
Okay, I'm trying to get my calculator out. Mhm.
You said 26%, 26.5%?
26.25%, that's 5,250.
And
Yeah.
this parade estimated cost is $1,000, so the money should be available
Yeah,
and not from the parade and event trust.
not from the parade and events trust, from current fund. Current fund account.
Okay, so is council
with
okay
that-
with moving forward with
that-
this autism? I'm sorry, go ahead, Deputy Mayor. You were.
Sorry, so yes, with that clarification, with that said, I'm fine with moving forward with this event.
I think Councilman Anderson, you utilized your 2 sessions.
But I was only up to 4 minutes.
All right, but I think we have a consensus. Dr. Worthy, I don't know if you had an opinion or not for this.
If with the way that Ms. Diggs explained that the money is available from the 2023 account, I'm in support of this event, but look forward to having a full discussion about all of the events for 2023 and what the costs may be. But I
Yeah,
do
agree. All right, so the list was circulated and submitted to Mr. Harris to put as part of the holistic budget that we did not approve yet. So just to be fair, I did submit it, but it was not like council agreed to that list. It was submitted for adoption and consideration and discussion, and has not been adopted at this point. All right, so Councilwoman Rome, we're good to go. So I mean,
well, my hand is up.
I know,
So-
but you did 2
No,
rounds.
I
so-
spoke once about this topic. Yeah. So what Ms. Diggs said is ridiculous. Okay, absolutely 100% ridiculous. It's the parade and events. There's events, parade and events, by the way. So the events that we put on does not have to be a parade. That's ridiculous. Okay, ridiculous. Number two, this event does not cost money. I did state that before. Does not cost money. The only thing that the council wants to do is to read a proclamation at the beginning of a meeting like we did today for what? This month is women's, right? And then April will be autism and you read a proclamation, right? But how about doing something for the community? How about stop trying to fight me on trying to do something for the community that has elected you to your seats? How about trying to do that? How about trying to stop picking apart something that is clearly an issue, okay, amongst America? Autism is a serious issue. It drives me crazy when I hear the words that come out of all of your mouths when you don't speak of, let's do it. You spoke about electric, how much money we're going to put here, capital budget, but you don't have what? You don't have the voice to vote for, yes, let's bring awareness, an event for an awareness for the people that live in Willingboro that have family members that are autistic. But then what you're going to do in April? Read a proclamation? This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The 4 of you, as far as I'm concerned. And Diggs needs to figure out parade and events. Because I don't have to put on a parade, autism parade. It's an event. And yes, the taxpayers pay money for us. Some of it goes to bills, but you know what? There are people that live here that are suffering and that are struggling with different mental illness. And the fact that you are all fighting 3 months, 3 weeks, I'm sorry. You received that email, Madam Mayor, back in February. You received the Excel spreadsheet. All of you have received.
What are you arguing at this point?
No, I'm sorry. My 10 minutes is not up. All of you have received the events for 2023. And yes, the #1 event on there is autism awareness. Yes, I'm raising my voice. You know why? Because somebody needs to. Somebody on this council needs to. And shame on you. Shame on all of you for speaking down about bringing awareness to your community about this struggling issue that all of America is dealing with. Yes, I'm speaking now. No, my 10 minutes is not up. Read your email. Yes, it's the first event, April 22nd, Saturday, JFK. The flyer is already designed. All I wanted to do is circulate it for this community. And I'm done with it. I'm done.
Well, in
Enough
closing,
said.
I don't know what meeting you're at because we just
I
all
don't know what
supported.
meeting you're
We
in.
just
I don't know
all
what meeting
supported.
you're
I'm
in.
talking
I don't know
now.
what meeting
I'm
you're in,
talking
Madam
now.
Mayor. I don't know what
We
meeting you're
just
in.
all
There's a
supported it.
flyer. There's a
There is a
flyer
point of
that's
order. We just
already
supported
designed
it.
that the community has not received because the township manager has not heard it from you on whether or not he can let the community know there's an event that's going on. That's the part that you've missed. That's the part that Ms.
Dr.
Gibbs
Worthy,
is
Dr.
confused
Worthy,
about.
you're on.
Thank
Dr.
you,
Worthy,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
no problem.
I appreciate the support of the council as we worked through how to find the $1,000 to make it available for the Autism in My Shoes Symposium. Councilwoman Perron, we were looking for how we could do it. And I think there was a lapse between where you last heard the conversation and where it landed. But we do have the $1,000. We were just trying to figure out how to access the money. If the money isn't needed, that's even better. But we weren't trying to fight against you. We were just trying to work within the structure to be able to provide the funding. I also received a message that an external organization was even willing to support the event with $1,000 if the money wasn't able to be found and used for this. So we're all working with you, trying to bring this event forward. The $1,000 has been found, and I look forward to attending your event April 22nd at JFK Center. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you,
Madam
Dr.
Mayor, Madam Mayor,
Hi, Councilman Anderson.
when is Mental Awareness Month?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
When it comes up, we just need to make sure we have a proclamation with a frame.
Understand.
Thank you.
All right.
That's
All right.
March.
On any other
That's
unfinished
March.
business?
It's March. It's March.
Thank
So
you.
he knows it's March.
Okay, thank you. Any other unfinished
Autism,
business?
April. Autism is in April.
Oh, Robert's rules again. Councilman Anderson, did you have anything left for unfinished business?
Yeah, hold on, the dog is barking.
Okay.
All right. Okay, yes, 2 items. At the last meeting, we discussed the Divine Nine bench ordinance. You had asked the question, where would they be set up at? Myself, Dr. Worthy, Mr. Harris, Mr. Lowry, Mr. Tunstall, and Ms. Bolden had an opportunity to do a walkthrough at Mill Creek Park. The location that has been identified would be in front of Pavilion C. So this gives an opportunity for a great view, especially if events, activities are going on in the park. So since that conversation, what has also been brought to the table by Mr. Tunstall was the opportunity for each, not just to have a bench, but at least to have a little kind of like a sign, explaining what each bench is, what each organization is. So it kind of makes a little educational piece along with it. Kind of like when you're at the zoo and you see the animal and it tells you about the animal. Some type of structure that talks about the organization next to the bench. So we kind of turn this into an educational experience for those who don't know what it is and they just see the benches. So that was something that Mr. Tunstall brought to the table. I took credit for it by taking it to Mr. Harris, and I'm bringing it to you guys now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Also, one of my concerns about it is just the upkeep. I'm talking about 10 years from now. I just want to make sure in the ordinance we just have in place, any I don't want to say penalties, but something to make sure that the upkeep, if it gets vandalized or anything like that, just make sure it's codified as to what the next steps would be, even if we're not here, but what the next steps would be if this portion is just not kept up.
No, understand. And in the event it's not kept up, the Brothers of Omega Psi Phi will paint those benches purple and put a sign next to it. No, definitely.
Okay. Any other discussion for the Divine Nine section? Mill Creek, any other concerns or inputs? Okay, anything else? Your next one, Councilman Anderson?
Yeah, I just wanted to let Councilwoman Perron know her frames for her certificates that she's been asking about are in the office. I do believe the clerk has reached out several times, but they are in there ready for the certificates to be placed in them. I just happened to see them when I was in there. So I just wanted to let her know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Anderson. Anything else for unfinished business? All right, moving forward to new business. I did want to say for the draft ordinance amending for the street name, we're going to postpone that discussion because I'm aware that council did receive that today at 2:00. So I just want to make sure everybody gets the chance to read through it. Any additions, please submit to Ms. Blijen so she can collate them and make sure Mr. Crook has them. Any additions or suggestions for that particular ordinance. I guess the intention, if we can get it pretty solid, the intention would be to present it at the next council meeting. So as you go over it, please just put your additions or feedback to Mrs. Blijen so she can give to Mr. Crook. Next, we have a conversation about housing affordability and rent control. For me, over the course of the last month, I've gotten a few concerns about the high prices of rent, as well as the huge rent increases that some people are experiencing. And a lot of the times it is the seniors or the disabled or the veterans seeming to get maybe the brunt of some of these, I would say, I mean, from what I've seen, some very extensive increases. We did look at some of the state provisions to look at this, but the state pretty much leaves the onus on the municipalities. And as far as I can see, we don't have anything on the books that legislates anything about rent. We did look around. I did work with our administration and our attorney to see what we could do. I do want to acknowledge that, I understand capitalism, property owners' rights, and gentrification may be at play. But I did want to get a gauge on council's interest in looking for our options. And I know Mr. Crook has a little bit of, he can give us a little synopsis of the landscape. So Mr. Crook, if you can just lay it out for council
Sure.
for their consideration.
New Jersey statutes do provide for municipalities to create rent control ordinances. Now, that being said, there's not a whole lot of direction in that, and the primary statute talks basically in terms of multiple dwelling units. So the applicability to single family homes is not exactly 100% clear. I will tell you that I did a survey, and there definitely are towns and municipalities within New Jersey that do rent control. A lot of them are bigger towns, bigger cities. For example, I put together a list of some of the bigger ones. I'm just panning down to get there, but essentially you're talking about Edison, Elizabeth, Jersey City, Newark, Patterson. But there are some I'd say, smaller municipalities that have it. One of the problems is that subsequent to the initial legislation that allowed for rent control, there was an amendment that basically limits the applicability of rent control to any multi-unit facilities that have been built after 1966. The intent was to encourage building of new housing, but in terms of multi-unit dwellings, that really does limit you to a large extent as to what you could apply rent control to if you wanted to. I have found a couple local ordinances that do deal with single-family homes. I can tell you the listing I just gave you was all multifamily. It had to be, the only time it could apply to a single-family home is if that was one that was an owner occupied that had more than 3 other units associated with it, which I don't know how applicable that would be to Willingboro. But at the end of the day, you have the legal ability to do some sort of rent control. I can tell you, usually when it's implemented, it's very involved. It usually involves setting up some sort of bureaucratic system that allows for complaints to be made, that allows for those complaints to be heard in almost like a quasi-judicial setting, where there's a hearing officer, where there's entities, attorneys that are there to represent the claimants, entities to represent the landlords would have to bring in their own attorneys. It almost like ends up being like a mini court process, which you'd have to establish the bureaucracy and the jobs and the people to fill those titles and allocate the money to do that. I mean, I think one of the bigger problems in terms of what's presently facing the residents is that anything you do can't be retroactive. So anything that's done now won't be able to address what's already been implemented, what's already been placed upon the residents. It can only address something going forward. So now I guess ultimately I need to hear what is the consensus of council. If you want me to go ahead and continue to explore it and then possibly put together a draft, I can do that. But before expending the time and then the township's money, I guess we need to hear from you as to which way you want to go. One final thing I would say, and I think this is information for the residents. I mean, I'm not the attorney to the residents, I'm the attorney to this council, but there are mechanisms in the Superior Court of New Jersey landlord-tenant section that if you believe your rent increase is exorbitant and should not be allowed to be put in place, you can file applications with landlord-tenant seeking for the court to determine if the rent increase is what they call unconscionable and excessive. And there are cases where if the court looks at it, that might happen. But you would obviously probably need to either talk to an attorney or to seek assistance from the court in terms of filing that whether or not that could apply to you. But that is an option that's available to residents that in terms of things that have already been done, which this council would not be able to address retroactively, you might have an alternative in the courts, but you have to explore that. So I guess I need to hear from the council as to what are your thoughts, what are your feelings, and if you want me to go forward in terms of putting something together or whatever your ideas are.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead, Councilman Anderson.
I too have, been seeing the emails, seeing communication as far as some of the drastic changes and what the rents are going for. And for me, I feel it's along the lines of gentrification, because they're pricing stuff so high and there's no guidelines as to, how much a landlord can charge. And, I would be in favor of exploring, what is it we can do for this community? Because if we don't, this community won't be the community that it started out to be. The changes will be just that drastic and folks will be priced out of it. So I, for one, would like to see some additional work done to see what it is, how much we can do, to put some effort forth to be able to assist these residents within the community.
Thank you, Councilman Anderson. Dr. Worthy.
I support going forward also and exploring to find out what our options are and what they can be to protect our residents. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Worthy. Yes, Deputy Mayor?
I don't want to go out of town. I see Councilwoman Perez.
No, that's been up. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Okay. Yes, I'm also in favor. I think the real concern is neighborhood affordability overall. And we are in a new age. Single family homes are our primary housing stock, but much of the development that is happening in the city and our cities near us have pushed residents into our community, displaced them from their original communities, pushed them into our communities as renters, and now they're left feeling a bit unprotected because it is single family homes, and there's as you said, Mr. Cook, the legislation surrounding rent controls and housing affordability and rented single family homes is limited. So I am in support. I think it will be for the benefit of our residents, and both homeowners and renters to explore housing affordability overall, including rent control.
Thank you. Councilwoman Perrone? You're on mute. We can't. You're on mute.
Okay, I forgot to lower my hand before, so I just did it. Yeah, I'm in favor of exploring options to assist with some sort of structure of keeping the rent increases to be at something fair. However, I want to bring to the attention that the township raises taxes. So you have to also place yourself in the shoes of people that are renting their property and how much we are raising taxes on these properties. And those that have properties that are renting to these individuals, they have to also move with financial, economical expenses. So they are also challenged there. So we need to look at that too when we talk about trying to work with the landlords that are renting to look at how taxes are being increased and try to work on that level. And I think that's the area where we can make a difference in keeping taxes low or decreasing. Taxes either, I've seen it stays leveled or it increases. I've never seen it decrease. So if we can really look at what we're doing with our finances and see where maybe 1 year it could be, taxes have decreased this year. I know we did what we just went over with the electrical presentation as far as trying to decrease our expenses as far as our electrical fees that the township that we have to pay for. So that's a way, to try to find ways to keep our taxes lower or less. But I just wanted to add that to the discussion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perrone. I do agree but I think Mr. Crook did acknowledge that, we still have to look at, I think the allotment, even with rent control, is that you can allot for a certain amount of taxes go up or repairs or different things that a landlord faces or property owner faces, the expenses that they handle. I think even with rent control, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cook, but even with rent control, those things can be accommodated for.
There are exceptions you can build into your ordinance for people that have made capital improvements, improvements to the property, et cetera, to give some relief, on the landlord side, because Councilwoman Perrone is right. There's increased costs, especially if the lease includes utilities, et cetera, with gas, electric, and those costs. If they're doing something to improve the property, you don't give them relief. What's their motivation to do that? So there are checks and balances you can build into it to try to be fair on both sides, but to try to rein in, how much rent increase can be put in time for a certain period of time for a year or whatever, which I'll put together a couple examples of ordinances and kind of give summaries of which way you can go and allow hopefully for the council to review and be able to make an informed decision off of that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Crook. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to point out is that I do recognize that our own municipal taxes can be a source of increases for property owners, which then get passed on to the tenants that live in those properties. But I think our council has done a tremendous job at stabilizing taxes. Last year, we even noted a decrease in taxes, and the year before that, we had a flat tax rate. So I think council has been doing its job in doing what we can as a municipality to maintain housing affordability for our residents. But something additional needs to be done to protect them from outside sources that are causing stress on them financially. So I just wanted to bring that piece to light, that council is doing what we can in terms of taxes by maintaining a flat tax rate, or even last year having a decrease in taxes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All right, Mr. Crook, we're good on that? Councilman Braun?
I'll put something together. It might be a couple of weeks. It might not be the next meeting, but I'll definitely have something, shortly. So I'll make.
All right, so yeah, can we aim for the first meeting in April
That'd be fine.
to rediscuss? Okay.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Perone?
Yes, thank you. I also wanted to take another look at our structure as far as our relationship with the school district. I know that we pay, from the taxpayers, we pay money to the school district. So if we can look at that again, as far as the monies that's being sent over to the school district and other options as far as governance, or I don't know if that really is underneath the umbrella of our form of governance. And one side of my brain, I'm remembering reading something about that, but I know that the school district also weighs in a lot of what we're spending as far as our tax dollars. And so if we can look at that again and see, if there's something we can do with regards to that. That's all I wanted to add.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right. Mr. Harris, this last order of new business, is that long?
That was the ordinance for the police establishing the mutual aid agreement for emergency services between the townships. And I think the ordinance pretty much speaks for itself in that the Attorney General pretty much has established some guidelines regarding SWAT services and their use within municipality. Willingboro is very fortunate because they are probably, I believe, the only municipality in Burlington that has its own SWAT or tactical forces unit. But there was some question regarding, I believe Ms. Pat Lindsay Harvey mentioned it as well, as far as the reciprocation of services between the different municipalities. So I am going to ask if Captain Bucks would very briefly kind of explain how those shared services and reciprocal services are provided to municipalities who participate in these types of agreements, because sometimes they seem very one-sided. How can you share in a service when you're the only one providing the service? So if Captain Bucks would come in and join this conversation and very briefly enlighten the council and answer their questions, particularly related to this matter and any others related to this particular ordinance. Sean, Mr. O'Brien, can you let Captain Bucks into the panel?
Good evening, how's everybody tonight?
Good evening.
Good evening.
So again, yeah, with this ordinance, it's a mutual aid agreement between us and Burlington City. Like Mr. Harris said, currently we are the only tactical team within Burlington County. Burlington City is in the process of reestablishing their SWAT team. They call it a special response team. And what this ordinance would do, it would allow us to call on them if we needed them to help us assist us in any way, and vice versa. It would be for, emergency situations such as barricaded subjects, hostage rescue, high-risk search warrants. It wouldn't be an automatic response if they were to call us into or request us to go into Burlington City. That would have to be have to be approved through myself or through one of a designee. And as far as what Miss Pat Lindsay Harvey was questioning, was number 6 was the reimbursement. So we would be responsible, and Burlington City would be responsible for the officers' equipment, training, and their own overtime costs. We would not provide Burlington City police officers with any type of specialized equipment such as breaching tools, ballistic helmets, vests, specialized communications, and they wouldn't be providing us any of that stuff. They would be responsible for their equipment. We would be responsible for our equipment. If we had to respond into Burlington City for a situation, they would contact me. We would make that determination on whether we're going to go over and help assist them. And if we were to go assist them, we would bring our equipment and our specialized officers and our specialized equipment and respond to them. As far as the overtime would be concerned, that would be something that we would do. And if we needed them, that would be something that they would do. They would come with their equipment, their people, and then they would pay their own officers overtime, and we would not reimburse them. If that makes sense to you guys. I could take any questions.
We'll see for public comment if there's a further questioning. But I think the gist is that I know we have that Willingboro invests, into our police. We have a very robust police and very proud, very good police department. And we don't mind being great neighbors, but we just want to make sure that we're not holding the bag on everything. Yep. and having all the liability, from the Willingboro side. So I think that is the concern, because we know what we have. We know we have, the top-notch police force, and Willingboro has invested, in that. And we just want to make sure that we're not getting the short end of the stick.
No, that's what you're 100% correct, Mayor, and that's why it's not an automatic activation. It goes there. There would be channels that would be going through, whether it's something that we even need to go. And to be honest, it would be more Burlington City coming in to help us than us going into Burlington City, just off of the numbers over the past several years.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Does council have any other questions for Captain Bucks? All right. Thank you, Captain Bucks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
You're welcome. Thank you, Captain.
All right. Anything else for new business? All right. Thank you. Moving on to public comment. Public comment is now open. Each resident has 4 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. 4 minutes. Public comment is now open.
All right, Pat Lindsay Harvey.
Good evening, Pat Lindsay Harvey again, Hadley Lane. I just want to pick up where the mayor left off. If we're the only ones in Burlington County with this equipment and we go in to help Burlington and we're paying our officers To me, that sounds like we're getting the short end of the stick. It's costing Willingboro to go in to help another township when they don't have the equipment that we have. So somebody's got to explain it to me how that helps us. Because we're spending taxpayer dollars. I don't mind helping people as long as we're getting something back, because we're spending taxpayer dollars in another town. I don't quite get it. That's it. I'm sorry. That's
Okay.
it.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay Harvey. Do you see Miss Maddie Mallory? I did see her hand pop up for a second. Okay, she's there. Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Maddie Mallory at 5 Hudson Place. And just wanted to say that the sweeper was actually on my street last week, so I appreciate that. And there is improvement on that property in Buckingham Park. I was on that street today, and I noticed that some changes have been made for the purpose of cleaning up that situation, so I'm glad about that. Mr. Harris, I think I asked you the last time if you would give me the information regarding an acting position, and how long is that, supposed to be in place. I requested a copy of the, I guess it's called your temporary budget for 2023. And I was just wondering why the different categories are listed as salary and wages. There is a difference between a salary and a wage. And I was just curious as to why it's listed as salary and wages instead of just salary and or wages. The other thing that I looked at is that, and if I'm misinterpreting this, I can be corrected. It says that water other expenses, 15,000. Not really sure, what that means or what that includes, but I hope that's not what the township pays for water for the entire year. Because my church just got a bill for 1 quarter that was almost $2,500. So I'm just curious as to what that 15,000 represents. And on that note, I'm finished for this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Mallory.
All right, Martin Knock.
Good evening again, Martin Knock, Windsor Lane. Boy, a lot of things to hear, so I want to get through them real quick. With all respect to Captain Burks, been here many years, and Willingboro has always been the lead. We never get the amount of services back that we give. A lot of times you can go through Delanco or Delran, you see Willingboro patrol cars there with traffic and everything else. And I never got a true answer of why, other than, well, it's overtime for our officers. And I mean it very, very respectfully. Our SWAT teams is all over the place when they've been needed. And when you got a huge municipality at the other end of Burlington County, Isham, there's double our population, and they don't have a SWAT team. Sometimes I question that. As to always with this one, the taxes, the budget, and everything else, I want to say to Mr. Harris, if he could explain to me, every year I question the same thing in terms of taxable properties, exempt properties. There are numbers here that I don't recall being so high. It would be nice to having these charts, the Willingboro Township summary, what was last year's number and what was this year's number, like the miscellaneous 15F. I never recall it being 368 different properties. It was nice to be able to see what was fiscal year 21. And then the same thing with the taxpayers receiving deductions. How's that number going? That number seems to be 259. It seems to be a much higher number than I can remember it. And trying to make sure I stay on time for Ms. Balajian. The Snyder Electric, I think, I'm not with every detail, but I remember the presentations and I think it's a good thing. And Mr. Harris, we need to move. I've always was the one who kept saying that the municipality is dark. We need to look at our street lighting and our park streets. I mean, this is a start, no problem. It's a different program, not totally knowledgeable about all of it, but it would be great to really start looking at how our street lighting is. And part conclusion, I have a question about, there's not a resolution number on what I pull up. There's some refunding of taxes to LLCs that are in California and that are in Texas, and say the homeowners are 100% exempt. Love an explanation of how a corporation in Texas has homeowners 100% exempt in Willingboro. Not sure how that worked. I don't recall that. And finally, I'm trying to get it all out. I want to take exception to something that Councilman Andrews has said. He says those benches go bad, that they be turned purple and whatever else his color is. I want to say they're going to be black and gold after alphas, and we're going to name them after all prominent alpha members: Dr. King, Thurgood Marshall, Wes Moore, the new governor of Maryland. He's not going to get them all purple and gold or whatever his thing is. I just want him to know that they become Alpha Phi Alpha benches, and after the first Black fraternity in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knock.
Shirley Davis.
Okay.
Good evening, Shirley Dilworth, Newport Lane. I just have three things that I want to express concern about. One is now the amphitheater at the town center, now that it has been restored, does the township or does the council have any plans to use the amphitheater? The second question is, are you in a position to, last meeting, Mr. Harris mentioned something about a clean community campaign. And I was just wondering if he's in a position to elaborate a little bit more about that. Lastly, last week, there was a physical altercation at the JFK Beauty Supply store, okay, and some young people at the Kennedy Plaza. And I was wondering, Mr. Harris, if you are able to, to speak about this issue at all. And the last thing that I would like to say is, I certainly hope council members will get your act together and not expose us to the kind of behavior that we were exposed to tonight. I am very grateful, okay, for the things that you do for the township. I really appreciate it. But to expose us to what we were exposed to tonight, that kind of back and forth, okay, and that kind of behavior was just disgraceful, okay, and it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I enjoy coming to council meetings. I want to know what is going on in my community, but I certainly don't want to be subjected to what I was subjected to tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dilworth.
You're welcome.
All right, Beulah Williams.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council and everyone. This is Beulah Williams, Botany Circle. I need some clarification on the enterprise endeavor that it seems that we are embarking on. I'm not exactly sure what it is. And then also I heard Ms. Perrone talking about taxes generated to the school system. It's kind of sketchy what she was asking about. She's saying, depending on how much money taxes generated, would we have more control on behavior or decisions in the school or what? I don't get it. So could I get some clarification on that? And the behavior part, I'm not even gonna touch that tonight because I've seen too much of that. So thank you. Thank you,
Ms.
thank you.
Williams.
You're welcome, ma'am.
All right, Tarina Williams.
Thank you. Tarina Williams, Botany Circle. Good evening, Mayor McIntosh, Deputy Mayor Whitfield, fellow council members, Mr. Harris, Ms. Blygen, and of course, Willingboro residents. There's a lot to say in little time. First, I want to say Happy Women's History Month to our Mayor McIntosh, Deputy Mayor Whitfield, Dr. Tiffany Worthy / Councilwoman Worthy, Ms. Blygen, and all the women of Willingboro Township, too many people to name. So thank you so much for your dedicated service. May God continue to richly bless you, not just in March, but always. Thank you, Mr. Harris, for your council updates. I really appreciate them as we get them twice a month. Thank you, Mr. Laurie, for more information on Willingboro Connect. This is a great app that I'm downloading on my phone, and it will be launched tomorrow. March is not only International Women's History Month, but it's also National Disabilities Awareness Month. I heard Councilman Anderson ask, when is Mental Health Awareness Month? That is in May. The reason why I know that is because my mom's birthday is May 30th, so May is a special month to me. Moving on to congratulations to Detective Pilot on her promotion. I saw that on Willingboro Connect's Facebook page. So God bless Detective Pilot for your dedicated service, and God has great plans for you. Thank you for the 2023 calendar. As we know, it says Willingboro Strong. We're strong when we work together respectfully, listening just as much as when we want someone to hear us, we should take the time to listen to the other party. There's division when we talk over each other. We need to take a step back and move forward in the right direction. The ordinance was launched, and one of the first things someone said was they're concerned about it being lowered to 3 hours. And the more we cut, I want the meetings to be timely, but at the same time, we cut back on the productivity if we're talking constantly over each other. We set the tone on the young people and the children to move in the right direction. We have to set that example for them. I had another person, Evan Cook. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I Last meeting, I think I mentioned that it would be good if there was a mediator. I saw this so that these differences, like if something is on someone's mind, can that possibly be done, deal with in an executive session privately, as opposed to this stuff being aired during the council meetings? Because we don't have to see and hear all of these different things. I watched a show called CBS Mornings, and one of the things that I learned when they had the different co-hosts, the staff of the talk, they say that they come together and pray every time before their show. And it was so beautiful to see them hold hands in unison and pray. It's great that we have different pastors and church leaders pray before publicly during the meeting, but maybe something to consider. I know that you guys are at your separate homes and offices and so forth, but even if it's 2 hours before the meeting, if you're open to this suggestion, come together and pray. God wants us to be unified, not divided. Thank you so much for your listening ears and your service. May God richly bless everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mayor McIntosh.
Anyone else in queue for public comment?
Yes, Sharon Anderson.
Good evening, everyone. I apologize for my voice. I hope that you can hear me in spite of the hoarseness. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Sharon Anderson. I'm from 7 Belhurst Lane in Willingboro. As background, I worked in Cambridge, Massachusetts when we in Boston lost our 25-year policy of rent control. It was not lost by local action. We had created it ourselves, but it was taken away from us by a state law that was passed after a massively funded campaign in other parts of the state, funded by investment property owners. I just wanted to caution you to be careful. We won't know it, but they will be working and they will be paying. And we're going to have to be really careful. We may want to look at their experience as a lesson. I'd like to see, I think I've mentioned this before, but I want to bring it up again, that I'd like to see Willingboro consider a housing land trust to receive tax foreclosed properties and hold them for long-term affordability. I'm happy to connect anyone interested with land trusts that I financed earlier in my career, if you'd like to see examples. And I do think that the need for housing, particularly multi-generational housing, raises the stakes for the planning board, of which I'm a member, when it comes to the accessory unit program, or change in the ordinance to allow accessory units, so that our elders can stay with their family, yet in a separate unit. We have a lot of elders who are in homes that are deteriorating and they can't maintain them, but they don't want to leave. If they could have a unit attached to the house and have their family move in with them, it would be wonderful for everyone. That is something that the planning board's looking at for the community to know. And speaking of the planning board, I want to thank Mayor McIntosh and Deputy Mayor Whitfield for your support of the planning board when we pushed back looking for a planner with skills in socioeconomics and outreach, not just the physical plant of the town. As I look at the past experiences with the planners, they've been engineers and they've done a great engineering job. But I really appreciate that an RFP will go out that will make clear that we need more than the physical plant of our town in our master plan. We need to consider more than that. And I'm confident that we can recruit people to respond to the RFP. I thought it would be out by now. So I'm a little surprised we haven't seen it, but I will be watching for that. Lastly, I want to thank our our animal control officers and our police officers. I was unaware that Belmont had finally come down the 20 dog place. You know, people talk and you hear, but there was like, who's going to do something? Not just for the neighbors, but for the animals in that home. So I appreciate that action was taken there. It is a difficult corner or a difficult 2 or 3 blocks. Just in the last month, we've had 2 nearly identical pocket pitty mamas abandoned, strayed out in the street in freezing night. So our animal practices need to be improved. To that end, we're very happy that Fresh Friday in April, Hands has invited us, Borough Pet Project, to be profiled. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Anyone else for public comment? Right, it is 10:15. Public comment is now closed. Mr. Harris, can you just address the ones that apply to you?
Surely. So in response to Ms. Lindsay Harvey, she was looking for some further explanation regarding that particular ordinance. And I think that the missing element was that Burlington City is in the process of reestablishing their own tactical unit. So they will be equipped to provide us reciprocal services once they become established. But if she would like to, reach out to Captain Bucks and have a more one-on-one dialogue pertaining to this, I would welcome her to do that. But even in the Attorney General's guidelines, that the other surrounding municipalities would not just be able to reach out to Willingboro to support their needs. And the only reason Burlington City was afforded the opportunity to enter into the shared services agreement because they were reestablishing their own tactical units. So, when they are up and running, it will be a mutual benefit to the both of us, as far as that go. Ms. Mallory, I do thank you for your acknowledgement that our street sweeper is out on your street and doing what they are supposed to be doing here in Willingboro. In response to your prior questions regarding an acting positions, there was some specificity in your comments regarding particularly to civil service. There are no rules related to civil service, how long someone can act in an acting capacity or in a provisional capacity. But there are other appointment levels where there may be some rules and restrictions that apply, but specifically related to civil service, there are no time limits related to acting capacities in civil service positions. When you speak about salary and wages in our municipal budget, essentially there are 2 categories in a municipal budget. There are salary and wages, and there are other expenses, and everything falls underneath those categories. Although there are persons in the township that do receive salaries, there are others that do receive wages, and those wages are not only hourly rates, but they are pensionable incomes and other things that they receive. And all of those items are all grouped underneath those particular categories. And regarding the figures that you had mentioned, particular to your church, the temporary budget that you were looking at is just a reflection of 26.25 or whatever that percentage is of the appropriation spent in last year's budget. So that's only reflective of that 26.25 portion of whatever that category was. So if it's 15,000, that's not all of 15,000, but we do have to remember that, the municipality does pay water, and we pay water for all of our buildings and facilities the same. Related to Mr. Knock, taxable properties are just that, properties that are subject to municipal taxes, and exempt properties are just that, properties that are exempt from municipal town properties. You did note that the number of exempt properties are going up, and you're absolutely correct. Willingboro has a very large elderly population who receive exemptions from taxes because of that, and they also have a very large veterans population who also become exempted from property taxes. So when you have large populations like that pocketed, then you will see those particular numbers increase as those populations increase. And the governor was very, I guess, liberal in regard to the granting of these exemptions, where they used to take a number of years to obtain. More or less, they are kind of more instantaneous. So once again, as those numbers increase, you will see those numbers increase within our tax rolls. Ms. Dilworth, you did ask
Mr.
about.
Harris, I'm sorry. Mr. Harris, I'm sorry to interrupt you. But he also, Mr. Knock also said something about a refunded tax for LLC being 100% exempt.
Yes, so he did mention the LLC and not being tax exempt. What he is referring to is CoreLogic, who is a corporation in Texas, who is a mortgage license processor. So they are the ones who have paid the taxes to the municipality. And it could be an instance where a double payment was made, and they are entitled to refund. Sometimes they will make a payment on taxes on a property that has closed for sale or is in the process of closing for sale, and are entitled to refunds. So those were those particular two entities. So he was referring to the LLC corporations in Texas receiving refunds and tax payments. Again, Ms. Dilworth was asking about the amphitheater. Yes, we are in the process of developing plans to have a ribbon cutting ceremony for the amphitheater, and some programming to use the amphitheater over the months. We're working with the Recreation Department and other organizations to establish some types of programs. And if if any of your organizations would like to utilize the amphitheater, it is open and available and usable in conjunction with any other parks that are provided by the municipality. You are correct. We are in the process of engaging in a Clean Communities campaign. We are still in the process of developing the tenets of that program, but it will be comprised of some signage, some street signage, some local education initiatives. We have been talking with a couple of different entities about adopting and maintaining individual parks within the community. And have even had a very interesting conversation with one of our township employees today, who would be very much interested in kind of helping with an Adopt a Park initiative. So these are the things that we are doing to help Willingboro maintain or become a more clean community. Last year, because of monies that we had available in our Clean Communities Fund, we did go out and purchase a Clean Communities cart, which I'm currently looking for a few individuals who would be interested in a part-time position, making approximately $20 an hour, paid from our Clean Communities grants to be clean community ambassadors, to go up and down the streets, like you have said, Charleston Road and Veterans Parkway, and clean up the trash in the individual parks. To supplement the hard work that our DPW does continually to keep Willingboro clean. They can't be everywhere all the time, and that would be like an additional support as we strive to keep Willingboro a clean community. And as far as the policing activity that went on at the JFK Beauty Supply Store, I do not have all the details behind that, so I would not be able to comment on that particular matter. Ms. Williams did ask about enterprise, and she would like some clarity as to what that conversation is. Ms. Williams, if it's okay with you, I would be more than happy to send you some information or even have a one-on-one conversation. The program is a little bit detailed and has a lot of numbers involved. So I would be interested or willing to sit down and have that conversation, then try to rehash or through it again at this juncture. And she did talk about, or somebody did talk about taxes for the school. The township does not pay the school taxes. The school districts are their own taxing authority, just as the county is its own taxing authority. But the township or municipalities are charged by the state to collect the taxes for those entities, those taxing authorities, and we just disperse the school taxes to the school, and we disperse county taxes to the county, but we do not pay the school monies for the services they provide unless we contract with them to do so separately. I appreciate all the comments from Ms. Tarina Williams and Ms. Sharon Anderson. Just to acknowledge that I did hear you, and I do appreciate the comments that you made on behalf of your fellow residents to this committee, to this council. And I
Mr.
believe
Harris,
that was it.
do you know anything? Are we investigating housing? I know this was Housing Land Trust. Are we doing any work with that? I don't know if we had brought that up previously.
We had talked about that, Mayor, very briefly, and I do remember having a conversation with Mr. Crook, and we were going to actually have that conversation related to that particular matter. And maybe, Mr. Crook, we can include that on our agenda for the 16th of March. Mr. Crooker and I are going to meet on the 16th in relation to the SOPs for the boards and commissions that the council has charged me to put together. We have not forgotten about that, but because of some of the complexities related to some of the township ordinances and codes that are codified, we just kind of have to weed through all of them and put together a program that will take all of those different elements into account. So we have not forgotten that, and we will be meeting on the 16th of March to discuss those two items.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Blige, can you give us an update on the RFP for the planner, for the planning board planner?
I know the board secretary did send it out to the paper. So it went out March the 6th. He have not put it on the website tonight. I see that he did send it to communication late this evening to go on the website. So it'll be posted on our website tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Crook, is there any way you can just give a synopsis on the executive session, what matters that can be discussed in executive session? I know Ms. Williams did have some questions as to what we can talk about, or what we could discuss, or what we should discuss in executive sessions, but I know we have many parameters to abide by.
Well, the way the Open Public Meetings Act works is that there's a general, very strong presumption that all discussions and all decisions of a governing body be done in open public session to the extent possible. There are very limited exceptions to that. For example, if it has to do with pending litigation, if it has to do with attorney-client privilege, it has to do with union contracts, assessment of certain types of fines, general contract issues and contract negotiation. Although I do appreciate the sentiment behind Ms. Williams' comments, I can tell you that it would not be authorized under New Jersey law to go into a closed session for the purposes of hashing out the kind of issues that we were discussing tonight. The way the act works is, unless it falls under one of those very limited exceptions, it has to be done in open public session. So I got that. The bottom line is what she suggested, although I understand the motivation, would not be permissible under the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act. It's not an approved exemption.
All right, thank you, Mr. Crook. And last question, Mr. Harris, just circling back to Mr. Knox' concerns about the refunds for the LLC. Would what you said about CoreLogic apply to the Loretta LLC also? It's on page 17.
So that seems to be a homeowner that is 100% tax exempt. It appears that they overpaid their taxes. And Loretta LLC would be a mortgage company that is requesting the refund. So that would be a mortgage company that is requesting a refund on those particular taxes.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything else that we missed anything or any other comments from council for public comment? All right, moving on to council comment. Any council member have any closing comments? Councilman Anderson.
In light of Women's History Month, I appreciate y'all letting me go first. As usual, I just want to thank everybody for coming out, for their input, for their concerns as it relates to the meetings and how they're handled. All your comments are being taken into consideration. And if you notice, there's a lot of actions being done based on, the feedback we're receiving. I want to also congratulate Detective Pilot on the promotion, as well as, I want to apologize and say thank you at the same time to Ms. Diggs, for your clarification regarding our funding question. Unfortunately, there were some responses that were targeted at you that, as a council person on this council, I'm personally apologizing to you because it was unwarranted and you did not deserve that. But once again, thank you for all that you do. Thank all the directors. Thank the administration, Mr. Harrison, your leadership to getting us to this point. And also you, Ms. Blige. You keep the snacks coming, so I want to make sure I include you. Thank you.
Any other council member have closing comments? Dr. Worthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to say thank you to the administration for the work that they've done and how they continue to move us forward. And thank you to my council colleagues, particularly on the progress we're making with ESIP, the Performing Arts Center, the LED light project, looking at enterprise as a fleet option, all these different things that are really helping to move Willingboro forward. I appreciate that. Also, I know the annual report will be coming out early next month. Tomorrow, we've got the mobile app dropping. So I'm just appreciate the work. And even though it may seem like a lot of back and forth to the public, behind the scenes, we all get along. We all, want to move Willingboro forward. We just have different ways, I think, that we prefer to work to achieve some of those goals. Just another reminder for people to submit for Phenomenal Women for that event. The nominations close, I believe, on Friday. So you may want to just take a moment to pause and reflect on the different women who have made an impact and nominate them. And I think that's all I have for now. Thank you to my colleagues, the administration, and to the public for sharing your ideas and your perspectives as we all want to move forward together. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Worthy. Councilwoman Perrone.
Yes, thank you. So first, with public comment, I want to also add that I know we went over the electrical and trying to cut costs there. But one of the areas that we never really talk about is the cable network. I know currently we're using Comcast as our cable network, but I would like for us to explore looking into other companies. And I did contact them. I'm not going to speak too much in detail about that. But if the council is interested, but if we can look into looking at other options for our internet services, because right now it's being monopolized by one, and it's astronomical. And I think if we have some competition and just trying to create some other options for the community, I would love to see if we can do that. With regards to the topic of the Autism Awareness Symposium, again, for me, it's not about that particular one event, but more so that I've already sent out the spreadsheet of all of the events for this year. We are in the middle of March. Well, 1 week into March. All of you have received the Excel spreadsheet, and you sit here and pretend you never saw it. You sit here and talk about, well, let's see if we can find money for that one particular event. But I take all of you as intelligent people. I do. And the fact that you speak about, well, is there $1,000 to put towards the symposium? Is there 1,000? Maybe we can find this. It irritates me tremendously. You know why? Because one, I've already stated, there's no money that is needed for this particular event. I've already done the work as far as securing the location and the date, JFK Center. So it's not that you're not intelligent enough to know there's not a place and a date. We know the date, April 22nd. We know that that exists. The rest of the dates that's on the Excel spreadsheet that all of you have already received, that all of you have opened up and looked at, you know that those events are for the whole year. For the whole year, and it shows how much each event I'm anticipating to maybe would expense. So the only thing that really needs to be voted on is whether or not we have the finances to support whatever it is, and vote on whether or not it's going to be 30,000, 20,000, whatever it is. But the fact that you go back and forth on whether or not Autism Awareness Month, which is in April, which I've already stated, and whether or not this event is to take place, and you wanted to try to isolate this event and discuss how much money you want to put towards this particular event is completely irritating. Let me say it again. Irritating to me. Why? Because all of you, I take as intelligent people. I really do. And I know for a fact that none of you, for one moment, are not understanding that I don't need you to vote on how much money it's going to take to pay for the autism awareness. I don't take for one moment that Mr. Harris does not understand that I don't need the council to vote on whether or not the flyer, yes, the flyer that has already been designed. How do I know it's been designed? Because I've had communication with Gary Laurie, who is the representative of Mr. Harris.
Councilwoman, 4 minutes are up.
So therefore, and I will conclude there, everybody is aware that I've handled everything that I'm supposed to do, and you guys are blocking this event. That is my frustration. I will conclude there.
Any other council member for Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I too would like to thank everyone, the administration, for all of your hard work in moving Willingboro forward. There have been so many projects that have been able to come to fruition, even in the beginning of this year. And I look forward to the continued progress of Willingboro as we implement some of these new strategies. I just also, as we talk about working together and collectively as a council, I want to stress the importance of listening, even when we're not on camera, because things are said and things are discussed that are maybe different than your initial thoughts. And I think it's important to listen to those discussions, even when you're not on camera, so that you can just stay on top of and stay in the know of what's going on, and follow the meeting effectively. I look forward to the autism event on April 22nd. It was supported by every member of council, and I appreciate the collective work that we did to ensure that the $1,000 that was stated in the spreadsheet that Councilwoman Perrone presented to us was available in the emergency budget that was passed in the beginning of the year. We did have some back and forth with Mrs. Diggs. Thank you for working with us as we work through understanding how those monies could be available. And I appreciate us all coming together collectively to ensure that that event takes place. Also, lastly, I just want to say to Mr. Harris that I'm looking forward to your budget presentation at the next meeting. Also to being back in person. I think that it is you know, a mark of good success when we are working towards a budget that all of the council and the community can get behind. And I look forward to seeing what you present. That is all that I have for this evening. Happy Women's History Month.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just want to say thank you to all the residents who came out and participated in the conversation. That is what drives our community, and your input is heard and it's dealt with. So I do appreciate that. As Deputy Mayor has said, our next meeting will be in person. We will be offering a hybrid also for those who cannot make it in, but we will be opening the doors in the municipal building for our next meeting. I know last Friday, it was Employee Appreciation Day. I didn't get a chance to say anything to the employees, but I just want to say that you are really appreciated, sincerely appreciated. I know it's not said every day, it's not shown every day, but you know, to all the employees that keep this ship moving, thank you. You know, you are very much appreciated. And lastly, I do want to acknowledge or just have one statement about this the autism event. I would just recommend Council Perrone go back and look at the footage. You were supported by all of your colleagues, and I don't understand. So that's why I asked you what meeting were you at? All four of us, you berated all four of your colleagues that were actually looking for solutions to have it. And that's why I don't understand where the disconnect is. Nobody is against you. And I think I freely speak for the other four. Nobody's against you. We were trying, you said you needed some money for it. And over the last couple of meetings, you said you needed money for it. And we were like, okay, we're looking for it. So we support, all four of your council colleagues supported you. So I would recommend you go back and look at the footage, and perhaps an apology is in order to your colleagues. And I will close on that. We do try to work together. Nobody is against you. I promise you that. But in closing, I appreciate everyone's work. We will be considering the full budget. I think starting the next meeting, Mr. Harris, if I'm correct. Starting next meeting, and the list that you circulated is included in that budget for consideration. So everyone has it. I put it all the way in. I put it into the main budget so that we can all consider it and have further discussion about it. So thank you. I appreciate everyone, and have a great night. Madam Clerk.
Resolution 2023-62, resolution authorizing executive session. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Anderson, seconded by Dr. Worthy. Roll call, please.
Mr. Crook, you want to read the whatever statement you give before we go in?
Is there a listing of what an agenda of what we're going to be talking about? Doesn't have to be just describe it in detail, but there has to be some description of whether, you know, what we're talking about, attorney-client privilege, are we talking about contract?
Attorney. Okay,
then pursuant to the Open
client
Public
privilege.
Meetings Act, the This is a motion to go into closed session to discuss matters subject to the attorney-client privilege. So we need a motion, a second, and then a vote on that.
Roll call, Mayor.
Yes, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone, Councilwoman Perone, Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
Okay, I believe all of you have the information. See you in executive session.
Thank you.
She was all
We're just awaiting Mr. Crook.
Ms. Blige, if you send your Oprah request to the attorney after everyone you see, you're gonna have $250,000 a year in.
You better believe it, sir. You
for
better
Oprah
believe it.
alone.
All right, just tried to contact Mr. Crook to make sure he's getting on. I didn't get a response yet.
He's in the waiting room.
Oh,
He's,
Do we have any
yeah,
business?
there he is. He's in now.
okay. Madam Clerk?
I need a motion to come out of executive session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Worthy, seconded by Deputy Mayor Whitfield. Roll call.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes. Madam Clerk?
I need a motion for an adjournment, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Anderson, seconded by Dr. Worthy. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye. No
It is
nays?
11:08. We are adjourned.